right. Let's do the Discord announcement too, shall we? Good morning, everyone. Trying to figure out if I like coffee or not. It's growing on me. Okay. We have some exciting stuff to do today. We are building a new event system, and I'm very excited about that. What did Nightshade do? Because this is not yesterday. Someone asked me to ban Nightshade as well. You have to tell me, right? I don't know what did they do that incurred the wrath of so many people, right? Yes, we're building a new event system today, and I'm very excited because we are very close to a beta release now. So we're gonna merge dev into main soon. We just need to get rid of the... You know what? It just occurred to me. We need like we need some information cycling, right? Yes. Okay, we need like an info blob here that's gonna cycle, showing what we're working on and all that. That would be useful. What else do we need? Anyway, we're gonna build a new event system now. Just waiting to waiting for my brain to wake up a little. The camera's crooked. I don't know if you can see that, but I can tell that it's off by a few degrees, and it's kind of troubling. But yeah, I'll deal with it later. Okay, what do we got there? Ooh, Balacho. No, let's not touch that. That means getting nothing done for a while. Right. Let's set this up for... Don't need that. That's what we need. Let's set this up for this new event system, right? So let's have a parent. Let's have a grandparent, and let's have a child. So we're gonna implement this for grandparent as well, right? Like that. We're gonna implement this for all of these. So there are two things that happens with the new event system. One, we're no longer sending state. we're sending references to any's. So we're gonna have something that looks a little bit like like an event, and there's gonna be a function on the event called date. We call it data for now. Oh, June. All right. Yeah, so we're gonna have that. And that's going to return an option of T. So that's going to be a reference to T, no, to a dyn any. So it looks something like this, and then we do inner.downcast ref. And then we need a lifetime on this. That's a non-issue. Wow, okay. Something like that, right? So we can get the event, and we'll have a sender as well, which will be a string slice. Now it should be a different lifetime, but we don't really care. That's all right. There we go. Okay, so given all this, right, that it's gonna look like this. The grandparent, the finest of the parent, is the grandparent. Oh, man. All right, okay, we'll enjoy the music later. So the goal is for the child to publish an event, and the event should propagate through all of the stages of the different components, right? And it's hierarchical, right? So there can only be one. Yeah, that makes sense. So the child's parent will get the event, and then that child's parent will get the event, and so on and so forth, right? That's how it's gonna work. And then we'll have a function called stop here that takes a mutable reference to self, and it has self.propagate is false. And then we'll do propagate here is a bool. So we can stop propagation, right? Should be stop or prevent stop propagation. Like that. So here we will trigger the event. And then on the component here, it is a receive. We should rename this though. It doesn't make sense to call it that anymore. So this value should now be replaced with an event. Okay, and we also need the sender. We also need the ident of the event. These sender and propagation, these might as well be public as well. How are we gonna use them, right? You guys are very quiet today. I guess that's a good thing. Don't poke the bear, right? Okay. And we're just going to try the stop propagation here for once. So we'll do event.stop propagation. We're going to try that out. And then here we're going to make sure that we get it here as well, right? Okay, let's register this with the runtime now. That's the child. That'll be the parent, and then that will be grandpa. Like that. So we registered these components, and now we have the project set up for doing this. Let's clear out our templates, and let's add an index, child, and parent, and grandpa. There we go. So we'll start off with a border. Grandpa. And then we'll have the grandpa here. Then we're going to go to open up this one. And we're going to have a border here. No, we're not. We're going to have a V-stack here. All right. There we go, all right? Yeah, we were in the midst of building something here. We don't need the ticket system for this. As a matter of fact, we're going to delete these functions. Okay, that's it. I have to read through this one at some point. Right, let's see what we got here. Star Ocean? No. It's not Hades, is it? I don't think it's Hades. No. What was that game that came out roughly the same time as Star Ocean? I know this one. Damn. I do know this one. Don't I? You looked at Apple's WWDC, decided, nah, need a bridged version. Found 10 minute video skim, 30 seconds total, all BS, they're cooked. Well, they haven't done anything innovative in a long time. They neglected their computer line. Yeah, but okay, if there's anything I have learned from my time on this earth, Enrico, it's that loud people is not equal old people, right? Let's say that you make a product, right? You make a product that does something, and you sell 100,000 of these, right? And then you have 150 people griping and screaming on Twitter about this product, how bad it is and how terrible everyone is using it. And if you buy this product, you're supporting murder or whatever it is, right? And people who are never going to buy your product, they might agree and jump on the bandwagon with this noise just because it suits them. And people who are making the noise are not the majority of the customers, right? People are loud, right? Small groups of people are incredibly loud, and then groups of people who don't care sometimes just ingrain themselves into the noise because they like the noise, right? But I do have to say that my stance or opinion on this, rather, is that they haven't done anything new in a long time, right? Yes, the ARM CPU move was pretty interesting, but yeah, they've been neglecting their computer line for a long time while focusing on the phone. They became a mobile phone company at one point, right? I still don't think that this is the but my opinions are colored by my life experiences and how the lens I see reality through, right? So it's like this. People who don't like Apple aren't gonna like Apple more for this. People who like Apple, they're gonna keep liking Apple, right? It's like when you make something. What's a good example here? People who don't like you, when you make a mistake, people who don't like you are going to use that mistake to justify their dislike for you, right? And people who like you are going to forgive you, right? It's kind of simplistic, but that's how I see it, right? I don't care for Apple because I'm not one of their customers, right? I don't care if they succeed or not. I have no horse in that race. I have friends who are not insanely computer literate. They know the ways around a computer, but they're not programmers. They're not architects, engineers, or anything of the sort. They just need to use a computer as a means to an end. For them, I think Macs are fine, right? I've got a friend who's bought a new Mac now. He is going to do video editing. And I support the notion of him buying Mac over Windows. I think it's a better experience all in all, right? Windows experience is awful from my perspective, right? Again, it's an opinion. I don't have I can tell you many reasons, but these reasons is not the sum of someone else's experiences, right? So my reasons and my justifications for not liking Windows might not align with someone else, right? So I'm happy that he bought a Mac over Windows. Would I like him to buy Linux? No, because I don't want to spend the rest of my life on the phone with this guy, right? No, but I felt this way, Enrico. I felt this way in 2013. 2013 is when I went, okay, Apple is going in a dodgy direction. I'm getting off this boat, right? But the company hasn't gone under since I jumped ship, right? As a matter of fact, I don't think they care that I don't use the product anymore. They don't even know who I am, right? You can buy Linux. Well, I'm assuming that you are being a lemon, but I'll explain it to you what I meant, right? You can buy laptops which comes with Linux pre-installed. The Dell XPS line comes with Ubuntu, right? You have two questions. Let's hear it. Shut up. Let's hear it. Sea of Stars, that's what it was. That was the game that came out roughly the same time as Star Ocean. Damn it, why didn't anyone know this? Oh, how frustrating, but okay. If you lemon your ass, you might get a rash. Not really. Async trait, right, was created before we had infiltrate in infiltrate in trait, right? So now you can make a trait like this, right? And you can have an async function here that does something, right? This wasn't possible before. So what async trait would do, and this is not ideal to do anyway, but what async trait would do for you is change this to this, right? They would take this and change it to impl future, right? So you could have an async function in there, right, that you could await. So if we have an async function here, use trait, anything that impl t, we can do t.lol await, right? Because it's an async function, right? We can also do this because it's also an async function, right? That's all async trait did. So if you don't need, if you're not using an older version of Rust, you technically don't need async trait anymore. One thing to note here is that this function is not the same as this function, okay? Or this function, right? You cannot have this trait bounds, right, on an async function. You can't specify the trait bounds, right? So for that reason, using the async function in the trait should be, you should be quite conservative in how you make a choice around that, right? Async is a macro for it. No, async, the keyword is syntactic sugar for this. Not this, forget that part. It's a syntactic sugar for this, right? But Rust async in trait. There is a lot of useful information around this where this explains this for you, right? Since async function desugars to impl future, the same limitations apply. In fact, if you use a bare async function in public trait today, you'll see a warning. I don't know if this warning is still there, right? And then it tells you how you can do this, right? But interests of use of async are send bounds on the returned future. Since users cannot add bounds later, the error message is saying that you as a trait author need to make a choice. Do you want your trait to work with multi-thread, work stealing executors, right? In other words, no token for you. I could, but I will prefix this with know that this link is old, so I don't know how relevant this is, right? Have we used the syn crate? Yes, we're using the syn crate over at the here. Here we're using syn. If you're doing any kind of not declarative procedural macros, then the syn crate and the code crate are really useful to have, right? So hopefully I have answered your questions. Okay, so we're gonna make this child propagate events. So one thing we want to do is make sure that only the child gets focus. So we're gonna tell the parent not to accept focus. As a matter of fact, we could have had parent and grandparent be the same thing, but since we are gonna do some slightly different things, we might as well have different types for them. Okay, so when we Oh wait, that's the wrong type. There we go. So we should be able to have a key event here. If I panic here, this should now end the program. It does not. Why did that not panic? Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, why is this not triggering? Oh, right, I see what I've done. I haven't actually used any of my components. I just registered a bunch of templates instead. So now it should break. Yes, okay. Whew. Hello, Marvin. Well, enjoy your day. All right, we are ready to bang out a new event. So here we're gonna do context dot publish, and we're gonna publish what we qualify as our event trigger. Now this one is gonna be wrong. Yes, we have to pass ownership of something in here, right? So let's have a payload. This is a message. We want this to work. Okay, so let's get digging then, right? Well, we're missing one thing. Whoops. Before we can get there. We need to establish an event mapping to something, right? So that will be event 1. So when we trigger event on the child, that will go to event 1. And I don't think there's anything other than that we have to do now. So let's go to the runtime and let's have a look at what events we actually get here. So that's an associated event that we get. So we could change those. Okay, so we just have to be able to walk the tree from here then, right? Okay, so that should trigger event 1. Okay, let's see what we need to publish these new events. So where are the associated events actually hanging out? They are in widget component module. Okay, so that's where we're gonna start this now. All right, so an associated event is gonna change now to just become an event. Yeah, because that's easier to read. That makes more sense to someone who is observing this. But we already have an event, so that's problematic. Really? Yeah. Right. Let's rename this to a component event in that case. Make sure you're still compiling. Yeah. Then we get to the associated event and we rename you into event. Let's see if this is going to be all right. Thank you for the follow, Yologs. Okay. So now that we have an event, we already kind of said what the event is supposed to do. So we need to start filling this out with additional information. So one of the things that we're going to have is the stop propagation. Then we're going to have an impl for event. An event's going to have a lifetime. That's going to be the data that we're sending. Well, see, this is wrong. You should go back to being an associated event. Thank you kindly. Because this has to translate to an event that we send. So we have to own the data, right? Which will be a box dyn any, right? And we're gonna borrow data from the associated event. Once we get an event, that's how we deal with this thing, right? So let's start by getting the data in there. So we have the parent. I wonder if we can get rid of the parent. We have the data, which is gonna be like that. Now we need a trait bound on T for this to work. So when we publish, we need to include the data as well. And we're going to have to put a constraint on this data that this thing is, whoops. Now we have to say that because it says can't live long enough, that's the static bound that we need here. And we're going to have the same issue here, right? So we do the same here. So all of a sudden we can now submit events with data. So this now works, but we're not there yet. Okay. Where is the events happening? Here. This is now an associated event. So here we can make the actual event that we want to send. And then we're going to send that to every component. But we are going to handle the event, and then we're going to say if event dot stop propagation should stop propagation. Is that the right thing to do? And then here we have to break this. Yeah, we can simply, I think we can return here. And is this now false or an option bool, right? Yeah. So we'll say if we can do this, and we'll say if not value, then break. Because then we stop the propagation, right? Like that, right? So what we have to do differently now from what we had before is we have to make the events bubble up. So when you issue an event to a parent, I think we do something like a parent here, event.parent. But that's not really what we want to do. We want to say something like let parent equals event.parent. And then we do this in a loop. And this is where things are going to get super sketchy. Because we have to break the outer loop here, right? Which means we have to... yeah. All right. Like that, right? Are you vibe coding? Good for you, son. Good for you. All right, so we have the stop propagation here. Now we need to reset the parent. So after we've gone through this widget, we need to get the parent here, right? Google Jules. Man, these things are just... So, but how, like, what interface are you using for this, right? Everything I see so far is kind of horrible. I don't know why that's just so knackered there, but... Wow, I can't see. This image is too small. Okay, here we go. Okay, what's this? I don't even know what I'm looking at here. Is this a web browser I'm looking at? It is. Okay, gotcha. And like, how do you use that on your code base? Okay, so hello, Scott. Yeah, we're starting early. I'm excited. We got a new event system to build. Okay, so how do we get a parent from something? Is the parent in the context? I think we might actually have that. Yeah, it's inside this context. We have a parent, apparently. Any component context has a parent. Can we then say that parent is context of parent? Okay, so that one has a parent. Yeah, I guess you have to have a parent if you're doing that, right? So that will be some parent. Because we might end up with none, right? It only handles simple tasks. Yeah, so, but like the thing that I'm curious about when people use AI for the programming, right? Is how do you get it to analyze your code base? Hello, Ropets, how you doing? How do you get it to analyze your code base so there is some context to what you're building, right? Yes, we did make a new chat. Your mom's left already. Sorry. Give it access to a GitHub repo and then choose the repo. Tell it to do the changes. Really? So it submits a PR? Really? Okay, that's too sketchy. Wait, can I give it any GitHub repo to look at? I'd apologize, but I don't have the decency. Okay, so this is how we get the next parent then for the event. So what we need here, we need to add that to what? Yes, box. I've been called worse. Right. So now that we have this thing, and we do have now we need the event type, right? So where's our associated event? All right, and then we're gonna have a pubstruct event, and this thing's gonna borrow from the associated event, right? So we're gonna have a sender. All right, so we need to get the sender in here as well. We need to get the sender and the event name, right? Don't even know how to unpack that one. We need the ident for the event. We need the data for the event as well. So that will be dine any, which apparently we already have there. Okay, so now we have to be able to create this event from the associated event, right? So we should be able to do this. And make that one happen. Okay, we need to get the right parent for this. Well, if parent, I guess so. How can we do that, right? So here we're setting the parent, and I think we're supposed to set the parent again somewhere else, right? Yeah, here we do, right? All right, so let's do this then. Now this thing is gonna complain because, you know, well, that will be parent into. That doesn't exist, so we're gonna comment that out. And then here, context of parent. If we don't have a parent, then we can't continue after this, right? So we do all the things we're gonna do, and then we say if let some, or we can just match on the parent, right? Wow, thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that, Robo. Thank you so much. Like that, and now we are preventing that from doing something, and then here we need something like with component. Yeah, so we have to figure out what we're gonna do here. Right, so we just need this thing to work, but for that to work, we need the associated event to have the additional information, right? We need to have the sender, which will be a... Oh, Nelly. It could be a string ID as well. And we need the ident as well. I think the external is going to become the ident. So let's start by getting that working. Do we have strings in here? Yeah, here we go. So event ident can be dealt with all the way up here, right? Who's this? Two Door Cinema Club. There we go. What a vibe. All right, so this is the external information for the event. And propagation should just... No, it doesn't break out the loop. Okay, so we got the ident for the event, so we can make that into the event. Then we need to know the sender as well. That's a question. How do we get a sender in here? We really need to get the sub alerts in here as well, right? But we'll deal with that once this is working. So that's going to be the sender. How do we get the sender? We get that from the component. We can access components like this. And oh man, we need to include who's triggering the event, right? So we get the parent. We get the ident for this. So associative functions should probably go away now. I think. Let's see what these contain. Oh, they're mapping one string to another. No, they should stay. What's this thing? Oh, that's the source. Yeah, we don't care about that. Maybe we do care about that. We care about we call it internal. So we have the external. Let's push the internal as well. Yes. So now we can ask what's the internal event thing called. Should probably rename these to something better. We can definitely have these be public. There's no harm in that. The data, on the other hand, we don't want public. So let's import the event. We do need the lifetime there. And we're going to return an option. And this thing needs to be generic over T. T. Again, we know what's going to happen here. Like so. So now we can get the data out of the event once we get the event. It's very close to being done already. Okay, we're not going to do this in under an hour, but I don't think we're going to be that far off. Okay, now this thing needs to be able to produce an event. Take a reference to self. That's going to be what generates the lifetime. And then we get a event. We make the lifetime anonymous because we're going to infer that from self anyway. Okay, so we need to know about the strings here. So we can go and do this from the runtime maybe. Right. Okay, I might have jumped the gun a little here. So then the associated event will happen here by passing in the event ident and the internal event ident. So two events. Here we go, right? Right, then we do need to attach some lifetimes here because we have two lifetimes in, right? All right, so what do we get on our event here? We get the sender is unknown. External ident is external. And internal ident is internal. But we're not quite there. We need the data as well. So the data is just the box down whatever, right? So data here can just be a reference to self.data. We're also going to have to dereference that, but we don't have the sender yet. So we need to get the sender from the event, right? So let's see if we can get that in here first. There's no data on an associated event. Yeah, there is. Oh, right. I put this on the wrong thing. So let's import associated event. I see it. Do not worry. Okay. Sender will just be a panic because we're not there yet. Apparently this thing doesn't complain. That's a bit weird. Okay, there we go. Now it complains. It's because we had the panic in there, right? So we have to attach a lifetime to this. And then we have to borrow self for the same lifetime, right? And we're good. So now we can panic here because we don't want this thing to actually run. If we can help it, not yet. So the only thing we're missing is the sender, I think. And I don't know if that's going to have to be a string ID. I kind of feel like it should be. So we have to know who gets the event and how can we get a string ID out of that? Is that the only thing that's missing? Are we that close? All right, so let's see. Let's look inside components. Do we have a component entry? Right, we're going to have to go all the way to the template engine here and find the component there. Let's see what it looks like when we evaluate a statement. that contains a node. No, component. We build associated functions, attributes, but I don't see the ident for it. Here's the name. Okay, it's a string. We do this based on component template, get the blueprint. Okay, so the component is a string. If we get the component out, then we could do that. It's a new event system to the project we're working on. It's not a revolutionary new event system in general, right? As a matter of fact, I would say that this event system is probably not what you would implement under normal circumstances if you didn't have the restrictions that we have, right? The long and short of it is that we're sending events with dynamic data that are bubbling up. So from that perspective, it looks like any other event system. Okay. I'm a little bit unsure how we're going to get the name out of here, right? Right, we're gonna have to find where strings are being used here. So we have a string ID. Okay, so that's gonna be for the binding. The node has an ident. 4 has a binding. Attributes has keys. But we don't do it for components. Interesting. Grimbo, how you doing? Hang on, I tried to watch your stream this morning, but then you weren't streaming. It was showing that you were streaming on Discord, and then I opened up Twitch and you weren't? This was about 2 hours ago, maybe. How you doing? Oh, you stream to YouTube. Oh man, that's cool. Can you drop your YouTube link, a link to your YouTube in the chat then, so I can give you a follow? Not that I watch a lot of YouTube, but it's good to have an option. Hello, Keeney. You've been subbed to. Okay, so we don't store the string ID for the component, and I think maybe we should do that then. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I stream to both as well, but no one's watching my YouTube. I'm okay with that. There are some people who can't watch Twitch at work. So I stream to YouTube. It's like 2 people or whatever out there who sometimes watch my stream, and that's the reason I stream to YouTube. How you doing, Zucchini? We're gonna do what we can to keep the crowd happy, right? Sure, we'll waste gigabytes of bandwidth just so one person can watch this when they feel like it for 20 minutes, right? And that makes sense, Robo. I always felt like YouTube chat is terrible because it's written in the past, right? YouTube chat literally pulls the chat, right? Like this is in a time when we're moving past WebSockets for newer alternatives. They didn't even do that. They literally pulled the chat. It does polling. If you open up like your dev toolbar or whatever for YouTube chat, you'll see that it make a new request every 5 seconds or something like that, right? It's completely ridiculous. And you're always like really far behind when you watch on YouTube as well, right? It's really strange that something would use polling in 2025 for a chat, right? I'm like, fingers crossed, Keeney, fingers crossed. Do you want to use me as a reference, right? I'd be like, yeah, it's all right. I mean, he was a bit weird and he kept sucking his trousers all the time. And I'm pretty sure he's a registered sex offender, but why? I mean, maybe he should work at your kindergarten. I don't know. Right? Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine that. I'd imagine that that's true. Well, they might care. They just don't have the technical skills to fix it, right? Exactly, right? Do you guys remember Comet? And like the pulling, the streaming over an open web request kind of thing? I mean, like, wow. Oh, I see, Robert. That makes more sense. Yeah, no, I think that they probably don't. They're not trying to compete with Twitch, right? YouTube's main selling point is not their live stream. I don't even know why they added live stream. It's good that they do because we need competition, right? Otherwise, Twitch would become worse. But yeah. YouTube's too busy trying to block the ad blockers. So here's a fun fact, though. It's not fun. It's Kick exists. Yeah, but isn't Kick kind of like the morally corrupt version of Twitch, right? Come watch these gaming streams and then CSGO skins and gambling. Sell your mom for another slot machine. I don't know. Yeah, so I think it's really not a thing. Kick is where you go when your content is banned on Twitch, right? So I don't know what... we talked a little bit about gambling on Discord. VMT said something fun about developers who work for gambling companies, and I told him that I was one of those developers once. I used to work for a betting company, not for very long, and I am never, ever going to work for a company like that again. I will simply not work in anything to do with finance anymore. I don't care about banks. That work is just boring. I never worked for a bank, but I talk to people who do, and the work is insanely boring and rigorous. No, betting and gambling is so, like, you think that it could be wholesome. And it might look wholesome on the surface when you're there. But if you sort of lift the foundation a little bit, there's a rotting carcass of moral decay right there. Oh my God. I work with this guy. Really lovely guy. Really cheerful. Nicest guy you ever meet. And then I'm working... so where my desk is, he's like, I don't know, like two desks away from there or whatever, right? And then I asked him, like, so what do you do? And he explains his job to me. His job is literally to repossess people's houses, right? Like, how do you do that? And then we'll go home to your family and be like, Dad, what do you do today? Not one, but 3 people are homeless now, thanks to Daddy. It's not his fault. Like, it's not like he didn't make the choice, but he's still the one who has to execute the order, right? And yeah, I mean, like, the grossness that you see there is unpalatable, right? So I went from working there to working for a social network, which is quite corrupt as well when you look at the... I mean, not all corporations are bad, right? It's easy to say, like, oh, big evil corporation, but that's not every company out there, right? I'm just saying. But my goodness, right? Plexstone was gaming with required nudity. Can you send me a link so I can block it? I'm kidding. There have been Twitch contenders, but they died. Yeah, I'd imagine that. Sub-second delay sounds pretty good. Fintech is gross on all accounts. Yeah, absolutely. My favorite game ever is Vampire Survivor, and the reason is because the guy who made it used to work on gambling machines and knew exactly how to exploit the brain. Yeah, and I liked Vampire Survivor, and the psychology of gambling is pretty interesting. But when you get into the psychology of gambling, you realize how immoral these companies are, right? The majority of them, right? Now, honestly, I don't really care what other people do for a living. If you work for a betting company, I don't care, right? I'm not gonna say that you are morally corrupt or whatever, right? Not at all. Like, you gotta do what you gotta do. Some people don't have the luxury to sit on this high horse in their ivory tower and proclaim what is ethical and moral, while other people starve and they can't afford the morals, right? So now you're poor and being shamed for your job, right? We have pretty big gambling issue in Australia. Yeah, once you overcome the spiders, the snakes, the sharks, and everything outside that wants to kill you, gambling is the second biggest problem. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true at all. But I think it's... oh man, Grim, I opened up what I thought was Nixos website on stream, and it turned out to be a porn site. Oh, good grief. Yeah, see, I don't care if you guys work for betting companies at all. I don't care about that one bit. And it works a little bit like this, right? People are going to do what they need to do to survive. That is the first thing that happens, right? Moral ethics and all these things, they are second, right? Once you solve your survival, you can start thinking about that. But shelter, food, internet, right? These are the three important things that sustains us, right? A human needs shelter, food, and YouTube to survive, right? Balatro is a gateway drug. Oh, Balatro is a gateway drug. Damn it, I've sunk a lot of time into Balatro. Let me see where I'm at now. Balatro is probably the most played game now at 168 hours. I am so hooked on Balatro. It's like, oof, man. You had to delete Balatro. I will delete it the moment I reach gold stake on all decks, right? Food, shelter, and YouTube. Yes. But yeah, I don't remember what I was natting on about. Nobody cares. Let's build an event system and look good doing it. Okay. Where were we, right? Oh, I don't dare to play Factorial Satisfactory. I don't dare to. Too much. I get addicted to everything, right? I wake up in the morning and I get addicted to something, right? So I'm addicted to saving this file now. I have a good one, Grim. Thank you for the raid. Enjoy the rest of your day, buddy. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're building an event system for Anathema, which is what's powering this chat now. We are dangerously close to moving from alpha to beta. I'm very excited about that. We got a few issues to sort out, but in the not so distant future, we're gonna do a little fun thing here on Twitch where me and a few other streamers are going to do a relay where someone will start working on something with Anathema under a theme. They will work on it for 3 hours, commit the code, and then raid the next person who's gonna take over. And they will clone the repository. I don't know where I started that. They will clone the repository and then start working on it. 3 hours, commit, push, next person, right? So it's a little bit like a game of telephone, but with programming, right? So there we go, right? So, oh my God, I cannot imagine what it's like to have 1,000 hours in stuff. Now, I wish I could tell you it's because I have a flourishing social life and I go and hang out with my friends, but I don't do any of those things, at least to the degree where I couldn't have 1,000 hours in a game. I don't know why I don't get more hours into gaming, right? I have no idea how you guys do it, right? My first thought when someone has 1,000+ hours in the game is, you don't have kids. That's my first thought, okay? Because kids are time vampires, right? They'd be like, oh, I need food and shelter and YouTube. Be like, grow up. When I was your age, I was 25. All right. Either gaming or boost. Your kids are all over 18 now? Ah, there you go. That's it, right? Is this C#? Yeah, but you better not tell anyone because I've been convincing the internet that this is Rust. So if you ruin that for me and people find out some kind of filthy Microsoft shell, it's not going to look good for either of us, is it? If I'm going down and taking you with me. Oh, what's happened here?
Hello?
Okay, so what's missing here? We need to get, thank you for the follow, right? We need to get the string from there, right? That's what we need to do. So here, we need to get the string ID, not here at all. Somewhere we are publishing an event. Here we go, right? We need to get the string ID for self here. Okay, so let's see if that exists in the any component context. I do not think so. We have a state, as like functions, events, attributes, emitter, viewport, strings, and components. I want to live all the way into the countryside though, SWK. What would you say is the worst part about living out all the way into like no man's land? What's the worst part about that, right? Because I keep trying to think like the distance to the shop, having to deal with a larger plot of land, dying in a barn under a tractor. I don't know, right? All these things, real concerns. Where do we create this any component context? That's going to happen in the runtime. Does it have like a new function that we can call? Yes, it does. So let's just go and find reference here, shall we? Distance to hospital when a snake bites you. Yeah. My inability to befriend snakes. Just find a countryside that's not too far from the next city. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the sensible thing to do, right? Oh, distance to a gym so I can pretend to work out. That's very important. Yeah, something like that, Marvin. That's kind of what I would like. Okay, so what do we have a component here? We do. So this component needs to have the ID. It has a name. Oh, we could just borrow the name then. Aww. But then we end up with 2 lifetimes again. No, we can't borrow the name, you muppet. That's the whole issue, right? All right. Okay, so we have to get the name ID onto there. No, that makes sense though, Marvin, but that's how it is, right? That's the ticket, Enrico. Honestly, I find that having a gym to go to is better than having a home gym for me. Because it changes my environment and there are no distractions in the gym. Whereas if you're working at home, you'd be like, oh shit, did I remember to take the laundry out? Did I remember to put it in? Whose home is this? Right? And it becomes a bit of a situation, right? Okay, so this input should have a name ID. Do we not write this into the strings? 5 churches, man. There you go. Yeah, that's that's a lot of church. Component source. Okay. Where does the string come in here? You gotta get that like Latter-day Saint Mormon Scientology combination, right? Chocolate. But you have that rust belt as well, right? There you go. There's something amiss here. That's a component source. That would just tell us where it goes from. There's no name there. But there is a string for this. And I guess the string is going to be the name. Ooh, what a hectic song that was. Okay, we don't store these as string IDs, do we? Maybe we should store these as string IDs instead. Okay, I'm about to break something in the wrong place. Let's go here. So that becomes string ID instead. Whoops. Oh, right. I'm a little bit unsure if this is a good idea or not, but then we do have strings here. Okay. That's going to be the string ID. Okay, ident. So you have to be a string ID too. And this is the document. Well, this is quite a big change I'm making here. It's a little bit scary. Like that. Okay. Okay, so here we already have that, so we can get rid of you there. WTF, mate? What's going on here? And why is the name... All right, then. Easy enough fix, right? Okay, so this register component with the runtime, this one should definitely not have anything to do with the strings. But do we have strings here? Can we do a reverse lookup? We don't have strings, damn. Well, that's rubbish. Maybe the document has strings. Oh, damn right it does. Fine. So we can just do a reverse lookup, okay? How do we do a reverse lookup? Oh, get. Get ref unchecked. No, not get ref unchecked. Can we just do a get ref then? Maybe this should be as ref stir. No. Wait. Like that. No, you're doing it backwards, you idiots. It's the lookup that we need. Can't use that. We need an arrow here, okay. Okay, or maybe. It's missing component, maybe. Let's do that. No such component. That'll do. There's gonna be so many of these. All right. Okay. So we're almost there. Man, I was on Discord chatting with what's his name, Alan, a little bit, and he's got the Shure SMB7, right? SM7B. Man, that microphone just sounds so good, doesn't it? It just sounds so good. Okay, so we need to do the same thing here. And then we change this to as ref stir. But wait, there is more. Stop making the same mistake twice. You're gonna have it, Marvin. You're gonna have that or a camera, otherwise you're gonna fail in live. I can't justify the purchase. I don't even have enough money for that. It's an insane expensive microphone. I think you're looking at about $450 for it, right? But it is really... It sounds like really good. Okay, this isn't too bad. Hello, Skylar. How you doing? Started event system. Where were you? There we go. Okay, was that it? So we have the string ID on there now. So we could attach the string ID to the event now. So before everyone fills the chat with a bunch of nonsense they have no experience with Simblade, let me tell you one thing. To really know whether this guy is a good match, challenge him to a fist fight. Okay? That's the only way you're gonna evaluate the true mettle of someone. No. Oh, he's upstairs, Enrico. He's upstairs doing his thing. He's currently pissing on the floor, I'd imagine. That's his favorite pastime, I think. The first thing the first thing I would do simply, right, is to ask them what furry they are. See if they have a personality that works well with the team, if they have to work in a team, which I imagine they do, right? Because you could be really good at something, but terrible working with other people. So even though you can cover 2 people's jobs, you ruin work for 5 people, right? But if you're a speaker at a conference and such, then you're probably not that person. I don't think you have to evaluate them in any other way than you would like evaluate them just like you do anyone else, right? Do you need someone who has the ability to do talks and stuff? Is that a plus for them or not, right? Because like, oh, you're gonna talk at conference stuff, like, yeah. So what we're doing here, you would sit quietly in a corner and do what you're told. They're gonna be like, okay, yeah, I can see how my expertise in giving talks is gonna be useful here, right? I've interviewed some really impressive people, and I recommend them to the client as well, right? But not just because of like their interesting parts, also their impressive skill sets, right? I interviewed someone who I'm convinced is a genius once. That was humbling. Like you know when someone is a genius, right? That's like, Man, because they just get it, right? Whatever you say to them, they just get it. Ask them what kind of body pillow they have. And if they use Arch, by the way. All right, so what are we missing here, right? Yeah, so I don't know. How does that translate to the job, though? Right? Simply, that I'm genuinely asking, how does it translate to the job? If I save a family from a burning building, assuming I didn't start a fire, that would make me a little bit of a hero, but that doesn't make me more or less qualified at my job, right? So it's kind of how these things fit together, right? Too right. I've worked with a person who was really impressive in every aspect of his life, except as a programmer. He was pretty mediocre, right? So I wouldn't necessarily reach for that person if I needed a developer, right? That's what I'm not saying don't hire the person. I'm saying evaluate them based on what they can offer matches the role that you're hiring for, right? Being an impressive person doing impressive things that is unrelated to the job is not helpful, right? But they might possess good social skills, which is definitely a plus, right? So I wouldn't say that works against them, right? Yeah, and you have a probation period. So if it turns out that they're full of hot air, you can just, you know, pop that balloon, as it were. Man, what am I doing? I'm spacing out. That's what I'm doing. Oh, yeah, events. Events. So now we can get... There's no to event. Yeah, that makes sense. If they are overqualified and you think they're gonna get... So like this, if you give a job to someone and they're overqualified for the job, you're doing yourself and them a disservice because it won't take long until they are bored, right? Yeah, and what's worse than bored developers, right? A developer that isn't, and this is what I've said to my last client that I had that I recommended people for. I said, when I said recommended people for, I did the interview process, and then if I found good candidates, I would say, okay, talk to this guy. I think is good, right? So when I came across some candidates, I said this person needs to be challenged when it comes to the work, right? If you give this person menial tasks to do, they're gonna get bored and leave quick enough, right? Yeah, I mean, this is our jobs as interviewers, though, right? I've said things like, "Are you comfortable looking at code and talking about code, right, live?" And if they ever say no, which hasn't happened so far, but if they ever say no, I wouldn't make them, right? Before I even start the interview, I make sure to set the tone a lot. So I would be, all right, how you doing? I'm this guy. I've been doing the technical interview with you today. Are you good? Have you had a good day so far? Okay, cool. Do you want to get a cup of coffee or a cup of tea before we get started? All right, okay. I don't want you to stress out about this thing. We're going to take it pretty easy. I'm going to show you a couple of simple code examples if you're up for it, and we can talk about that. I want to run a few technical questions as well with you. Nothing too challenging. And if you don't know the answer to something, that's perfectly fine. If you understand something but you don't know the name of it, that's also perfectly fine. So don't worry about it. If the jargon is somehow throwing you, don't worry about it. Okay, should we get started? All right, cool. All right. So what got you into Rust in the first place? Cool. All right, really? Okay. Have you done a lot of programming before that? All right. So what's your like favorite programming? What was the last technical book that you read that you thought was really interesting? It's like it kind of goes like that, and you set the pace. You let someone talk about things that are interesting to them, and they become a lot more relaxed and keen on the interview because they realize that I'm not out to get them, right? I am not out to show them that they are bad programmers, okay? I'm not on a witch hunt, all right? I am here to find out if they're a good fit for the team, if they have the technical skill set that they say they have, and if this is going to be a good fit or not, right? So making the thing very relaxed early on, super important, I'd say. And I mean, I had one person who was super nervous, and I just took 5 minutes from the interview. I said, okay, look, I can see that you're nervous. Why don't we just like chat a little bit, okay? And you know, it's all good, right? So because people are nervous at job interviews, right? And it's very common to look at an interview. People have had bad interviews, right? People have had bad interviews. They've had interviews where the interviewer is trying to show that they are a better programmer than they are, right? And that's so detrimental because they become the roof of programmers, right? The interview's expertise sets the bar for how good someone can be. They can only be as good or worse when the interviewer act like that, right? Imagine going to an interview and someone's trying to trip you up or trick you, or you're gonna be like, that's pretty dishonest and not at all interesting, right? Be like, am I gonna be working with you? Do you have some kind of personality issues I need to know about? Right? I love doing interviews. This was one of the best things ever, right? You get to chat with people. You get to see people at their best. It's only been like 2-3 times when I had to cut an interview short and be like, okay, I got to stop you right there. I got to tell you, you are not what we're looking for. Unfortunately, we're looking for someone with a bit more senior skill, right? And I've had one person stop me in the interview and said, I'm not going to get this job, something to that avail. Tell me what I did wrong and what I need to do. And I said, because you asked that question, and you should ask that question, that's really, really good, okay? You are very close. What I think you should do, read through the Rust book one more time, get familiar with the terminology. You're going to be fine in your next interview, whatever that is, right? I genuinely think you have a lot of potential, but we need someone that is more senior, right? You should definitely ask when you are being interviewed. If you're not getting the job, you should ask, right? You should be like, look, don't spare my feelings. Tell me where you think I've gone wrong. Tell me what I need to improve, right? Oh, Privan, that happens to the best of us, right? Maybe Privan, you had a picture of an anime girl and that started some kind of fire and you know, there you are. Why is this building? This shouldn't build. Oh, we're panicking here, aren't we? I think Rust LSP restart. I think Rust analyzer is soil itself, right? Huh? When does that need an argument? Okay, I have no idea what's going on here. We're just going to close everything down. Except that. Why are you compiling? There we go. There we go. All right, so we need the sender in here as well. No, that is a string slice. And this one has a sender string ID that we need to get there. Okay, now we're cooking. Yeah, honesty is great. I think when people blag and oh my god, you just can't blag a technical interview with a technical person, right? That's like going to a doctor or surgeon and be like, "Yes, I am too a medical professional." They go, "Really?" And then they ask you like 3 questions, and you're like, "Yes, I am also suffering from amnesia, where I've incidentally forgotten all my medical training. But that amnesia will be restored once I leave this room. I know this because I'm a medical professional." It's never lupus. You know how long it took me to realize that House was actually Sherlock Holmes? It took me, I don't know, it was like a couple of years ago or a year ago, whatever, when I realized that. So the component context should hold the sender, should it not? Has the credit? Yeah, but he is Sherlock Holmes, right? And Wilson is yeah, it's all there, right? Once you realize that, you see it. Okay, I'm happy that it's not just me that missed that detail, right? Because it sounded so obvious to some people when I talked about it, right? Wilson is Watson, and he's got didn't Sherlock Holmes have like an opioid addiction? And it's very much Sherlock Holmes, but they've changed the the riddle to be medical rather than criminal, right? Sneaky copy pasta. Yeah, ask how familiar one is with Sherlock Holmes. I think most people know Sherlock Holmes one way or another as a famous fictional detective, right? I don't know if everyone these days know that it is a book series written by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and that Sherlock Holmes is not James Bond. And he's never at home in Baker Street. I went there and he's like, "I'm not here, go away." I don't remember the famous name, but it's next to Madame Tussauds, I think, Baker Street. Anyway. We're looking for a string ID here for the component, don't we? Maybe not. Maybe we already have that on the component, right? It was scary. Or is it next to Harrods? Honestly, I don't remember, right? But it's down on Baker Street. I think I've goofed up here. When we create the component context, we could put this on there, right? Very good. Sender needs to be in here. Okay, so we need to get the sender there, but we're not done yet. We have a bigger issue here. Don't we? Yeah, here. When we create this thing, do we have the component somewhere? It's a widget container. There's the component. Okay, so that's going to be... That's it. All right, we almost got it. I used to give higher ratings. Coding interview, candidate saw it optimally, but went blank while implementing some functionality with roll clean working code. That's very much on a case-by-case basis, right? I wouldn't say that I held a rigorous interview structure, but rather the interview was quite fluid. But some goals were there. The first step one is to put the interviewee at ease. Step two is to figure out if they have the technical skill needed. And step three is figure out if they have the social skill needed to work in a team, right? Because you could be really good, but really bad in a team. And then you are no good if you have to work in a team, right? Not everyone has to work in a team, right? You could be the sole, you or some other guys taking care of the CI pipeline or whatever, right? You can look at their existing code if they have any, right? You have to tailor it to the situation. So if they don't have any existing code, you might have to ask them to write code. But you can look at their existing code if they have a GitHub repo, and you can say, okay, tell me what you would have done differently today. Can you point out what you feel are some of the shortcomings of your code? And that could be something simple as, well, since this was just, a test project, I didn't care about using unwrap everywhere, right? Because you have people who might say that using unwrap everywhere is fine, and then you have people who care, right? And it's an important distinction, right? If you care about the quality of your code, I think that's very important, because code quality rarely goes up, but definitely goes down, right? But there's a baseline. You have to figure out if they are technically skilled enough to do the job. That's the main thing, right? And I don't think I gave them any kind of rating. It was rather, when I did interviews on a day, right? It was, if I did interviews in a day, there could have been like 5-6 interviews, and then I would pick 1 or 2 of those candidates to put forward, right? It could be something like that, right? Sometimes 3, and I say, okay, this guy, you should definitely talk to this guy, not senior, but he's a junior and he's super keen to learn. He's come really far in a very short time. Definitely feel like there's a lot of potential. If your business is interested in investing a little bit of time and money in this person, I think you're going to get a lot of return back from them, right? So again, it depends a lot on what it is that the company is looking for as well, right? But I don't think I rated the candidates on like any kind of scale. It was more like, you definitely need to talk to this person, or I recommend you talk to this person, right? You're as articulated as a lorry. How are you doing, Danaka? Thank you, Drenchwart. A question about determining my level of seniority. I'm finishing my CS degree and have been working part-time at a uni for 4 years in a role focused on machine learning and data processing. Kind of niche area, but essentially bleeding edge. I feel like I might not be considered a junior anymore, but I'm finding it hard to compare my experience with others. What do you think? Well, the funny thing is that there is no straight line in the sand where you transition from a junior to a senior, or from a junior to a non-junior, right? So you go from junior to developer. I think it's more of a state of mind, how you feel, right? Now, this is going to sound profoundly stupid, maybe, but do you identify as a junior developer, right? It's kind of, if you feel like you are not a junior anymore, then you're not, right? I mean, you might be delusional. I don't know. You might have spent 1 week programming in reality. Your accumulated programming time is 1 week. Then you're a junior, right? But you might not feel like it, right? So there's really the only value when it comes to the seniority of your role is going to be future employment and money, right? I mean, it might be worth going to your current employer and say, look, I am no longer a junior. It is time to bump my title and my paycheck, right? They can say no, and you can apply for other jobs, right? You can apply for other jobs that are non-junior jobs and see how you fare there as well, right? Yeah. No, I think it's very... So interviewing to me is a very fluid situation, right? You have no idea who's going to be at the other end of you across the table or, you know, in the camera at this point, right? So you don't know if the person, like, if you're gonna, you're 2 minutes out, are you going to be talking to a genius, an idiot, or are they not going to turn up, right? I remember one guy schedule an interview and then sent a message to my client using the term bruv, and it's like, hey bruv, I'm not gonna make the interview, sauce. And I'm like, oh my god, you don't have to talk like a twat, but there's maybe not that level of familiarity with someone you've never really met, right? Interviewing is so much time, effort, often wasted. Sauce is sorry, yeah, that's right. Interviewing is a lot of work, absolute Danaka, and it's difficult to know how much time you're gonna give each candidate. And what's worse, it's really difficult to say to someone, I'm gonna have to cut this interview short because you are not good enough, right? That is never fun to tell someone, right? But you got to do it because you don't want to waste your time and theirs, right? Yeah, I mean, that's just getting leverage drenched about. And as unethical as some of you might think this is how you get a pay raise. But you have to be willing to jump ship, right? The simplest way to get a pay raise is to go and get a job offer from another company that offers you more money and you're willing to take that job. Now you can choose. Do I want to stay where I am if they give me more money, or do I want to move on to the other company, right? And then you ask the current company, say, look, I want a pay raise. If they go no, then you go, okay, thanks. And then you hand in your resignation sometime later, right? It might very well be that when you hand in your resignation, they will give you an offer, right? It happens to me plenty of times. They are, and I don't understand how they think they're gonna get through the interview, right? I have interviewed with people who didn't know anything. They didn't even understand what I was saying, right? And that was not because of my mongrel accent. That was they simply didn't have the technical knowledge. And I mean, kudos to you for having the guts to apply. And you should apply. You should apply. But you shouldn't be upset if someone cuts the interview short and be like, no. And then you go, okay, why am I not getting the job? And they'll be like, because you are not qualified enough. You have to be more qualified for this thing, right? I asked you about Rust's interior mutability, and you started to try to explain to me 3 times what mutability was in Rust. But I was asking specifically about interior mutability, and you don't know what that is, okay? And that is something that is used heavily here. You cannot work here, okay? What are we missing here? We are missing... Is it on the associated event? Did I put it there? I think I did. Yeah, sender. Bam, there we go, right? I mutate wherever I damn well feel like it, 'cause everything is a mutable pointer in my world. Your belly size slowly mutates. Well, if it's getting larger, then fix your diet. If it's getting smaller, then fix your diet. Mutation is for the impure. There you go, right? I simply don't mutate because, you know, I paid for this memory and the CPU and I'm going to use it, okay? You might want your filthy side effects, but I don't. How you doing, Missin? Okay. Is this it now? Do we have a new event system almost? We already have that, don't we? Now here, we're going to pass the event instead. Can we make the event beforehand? I think we can, right? And then this thing becomes event. Probably shouldn't call it value either, but we'll get back there, right? I'll deal with nothing. Why is this a problem? Because we moved that. Right. So then we just need to make the event a copy and we are good. And that since that moves the context, we have to get that out of there, right? Okay, so we almost have what we need now, but the event needs to hold a stop propagation as well, right? Don't have to make them mutable. Your keyboard needs to have a new event system, you know? You're having some kind of non-event system there, right? That's what you get for buying that crappy Keychron stuff, right? I'm kidding. Okay, so what are we missing now? We're missing this because we move the event in. If we pass event by reference instead, like so, that might be better. Beauty. Your keyword is non-binary. Oh, sorry. I read that. I almost read out that message out loud, right? Got it. Sorry. Oh. Okay, we have to make event mutable now. Don't worry, it's all good. Don't stress about it. Did you guys find someone, Danaka, in the end? No, fair enough. I tend to read out messages when do you do remote interviews? Can I do an interview with you guys? Should we stream it? Who here would like to see me do a job interview with Danaka as well? Hello, Temporis. Oh, buddy, you're late. All right, what's going on? We've been doing this for 2 hours already. Okay, that makes sense. Never seen a dev interview. Could be fun. Do a job interview with an AI instead. Didn't Prime already do that? I think Primosaurus threw that one already. You just made me think about that, Junior. I hope I'm not delusional. In my country, juniors are considered inexperienced and often need heavy guidance. Are you inexperienced and do you need heavy guidance? What is worst weakness? I'd say grammar and spelling at this. I'm sorry. How you doing, buddy? I think in some countries you are probably culturally more prone to be afraid to not look good, right? Grammar and spelunking, no regret. I've never had an interview, same job 12 years now, I think. Helped in some and we had no idea what we're doing. There you go. Oh man, I miss job interviews, right? I don't know how well I would do in a job interview today, right? They'd be like, all right, so you got a bit of a gap here on your CV. What have you been doing for the last 5 years?
Have you heard of Twitch?
How has that made you a better programmer? Say what now? You hate your... I like dating and job interviews, and sometimes I try to combine them with little to no success. But maybe that's not a good thing though, Rob, because when they go like, what AI tools have you worked with? I'm like, nah. Can you repeat the question, but this time in a way that favors me? Sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Maybe a very sexy and cool lawsuit. No. Whoops. To do. Public function. Stop propagation. True. All right, Temporis. I think we have the new event system now. They're not AI tools, Skylar. They're websites. Morning, Axel. How you doing? It all went horribly when you used them. Yes. Or did they use me? I have my work suit, my tracksuit, and my lawsuit. Very good. What about your birthday suit? Now I can never hear lawsuit without imagining an actual suit. Yep. We're all done for now. Temporis has ruined... Shit, it's Tuesday? When did that happen? Alright, never mind. Right. So that's the new event system, I think, right? In AI system, oh good grief. Look at this teacup. Hoppy days, right? What a legend cup. My kid's cup. I hate wearing your human suit as well. Yes, now we really gone the Hannibal Lecter route of employment, haven't we? Okay, so did I check that one in the runtime before we finish this? You, hello, AI agent. I would like to book a holiday.
You have opted to file a sexual harassment suit.
No. Book a holiday.
You are reporting yourself to a...
Mate. Get out of here. Okay, so what should we do now? Should we try this out? Abuse. Oh yeah, now we need events in the prelude. Why are you compiling? You shouldn't compile. No, it doesn't. Don't lie to me. Am I passing the wrong event? No. Wait, what is this event? Oh, that's the wrong event. I just made that one up while I was writing this. Oopsie doodles. Okay, then. I don't think Anathema is good to write a... but with dog fooding here, right? I don't think Anathema is good to write those things. As a matter of fact, I actually made a comment about that here. It does not excel when it comes to building dynamic layouts such as splitting buffers for your next Vim clone. All right, so we got publish. We're going to change on receive to be called something else as well. But I got to figure out why this thing is failing. It doesn't mean it's impossible. I mean, how would you split? How would you express that in a template, right? How would you say that you have a container? How can you express in here if you're gonna split it horizontally or vertically, right? You can't really. That's Excel. That's the wrong kind of thing, right? Are strings empty here? I wouldn't have thought so. I have no doubt, JD. There is only one thing in there, and that's children. Why? And how are they in there already? Oh yeah, that's the static one, silly me. I don't think you can. Huh. So we already made the... We already compiled the document. Oh, are there different strings in there maybe? No, there wouldn't be. Yes, there are there are children in the strings because it's a constant. We're pushing the children. Is it the document strings that we're using, though? Not really. So what happens when we make a new document? Nothing. We haven't really parsed anything at that point. It's not until we compile it. Ooh, right. So let's go in here. Yes, we're calling add here. So this one has to take a string instead. Okay. And do we have strings here? Yeah, we do. Okay, that's what we do. I genuinely want to have an AI tool I can try out. I am interested in this. Because everyone's like, oh, look, I'm using this thing and it's amazing. It's changed my life. But I don't get to see that because it's all rubbish. What's stopping me? I don't see any tool that isn't like a website. I want something for Vim or something close to. Well, I guess the really the big issue is that I don't want to pay money for it, right? And Olam is kind of useless. So I guess that's really the actual issue. It would have been nice to try one out if there was like a trial you could do. But I don't think that is feasible, right? Doesn't this thing deduplicate? Template component 177. Can you use but isn't Copilot like the worst of them? I'm asking for a friend. Okay, let's see if we can make this work with just the index to start with. Okay. Let's get Grandpa in there. No. All right, cool. Let's walk backwards from there. Okay, so we do a remove here. This one is not a string ID, is it? No, good. Nor can it be. Huh, how did I break this? I'm frustrating. We're like this close to having a new event system already. Not because of that, but because it was kind of one of the first ones that was heavily promoted. And now when people are talking about AI agents, I never see anyone actually talk about using Copilot anymore. People are talking about Claude and whatever Google is outputting. I remember tab 9. I think it was like a kid who made it. Or a youth. It is i3. I find it really hard to move away from it, microwave, but then again, I'm kind of old and set in my ways. I want to try other things, but age prevents me. That's how it works. I don't get why this isn't working. Oh, Skylar, you lark. I can see Hyperland being the next one. That one is terrible in my book. Sway works on my laptop, but it has its issues. Never bother with BSP. But yeah. Yeah, I think if I didn't use a tiling window manager, if I was using a stacking window manager, I probably would go full desktop environment with KDE. Okay, what is happening? Why is this breaking? If I could get streaming working on the Hyperland, I might be interested in trying it out. It's just an expression, Marvin. i3 is a rock solid choice. I agree with you on that one. i3 is probably like the safest choice. All right. All right. Sorry, I'm getting into this conversation. I need to fix this thing. Stop distracting me, people. I don't get what's the issue here. Why is left 0? But that's not true. When we compile this, something will write there. Hello, JB. How you doing? We need to get Bunnybot being a bit more reactive as well. I tried to get streaming set up on the Sway and it didn't work. I didn't investigate it much further, but one of my regular chatters said that Sway had a lot of technical issues. That was D3, by the way. And I just thought, you know what? He's probably right. So I just left it. Okay, so let's rerun this thing. And let's look at the compilation here. What is it that we just... Circular dependency? How? Index uses a grandpa. How is that a circular dependency? I'm not sure what that means. What does it mean to have a Wayland X11 bridge set up? I'm guessing you're not talking about like X Wayland, right? Talking about something else, I'm guessing. So this errors out because of a circular dependency. But then we're not actually doing anything with this thing. So that should be there, shouldn't it? Wait, this is really confusing. That should just be an okay. No. Wow, this is really confusing, right? Can't remember why I did what I did, right? But it's gonna be blueprints. Oh, that's right. But this is a compilation error, so do we really need to reinsert it? Okay, yeah. Yeah, that would be XDG portal. Well, this part I'm not entirely sure I agree with, but yes. But this one should have a... Why is this failing? Not a test. Uh-huh. That is right. Okay, so what do we do here? Move you to another. You. Okay, I can't do that. That is statement eval. This is fine. Are we writing that into where did you go? All right, and then where do we go from here? Oh, hang on. Is this what has changed somehow? This insert function. I think that's what has failed. Okay. Okay, grandpa is 1. Where does that go then? Why is grandpa not 1? What is 2 here? Where does that come from? Where are we pushing this back now? This insert here. Okay, name is index. ID is 0. Name is grandpa. ID is 1. What is this key? String ID 1 is not the right one. Actually, it is the right one because 0 is children. So 1 is right. I did temporis, and I think that it was not for me. It was very cool though, but there were some things that didn't make sense to me. Oh, I tried it even. I tried the scrolling thing, but it didn't behave. Like it wasn't consistent in its behavior when you went from one thing to another. So we're inserting the key here. And I think this is where it's gonna be wrong. So that's blueprint ID 0. I think I know why this isn't working. Because this K here is a string ID, isn't it? Oh my Nelly. Shit. Yeah. So that's a weird one that it has worked this far. But that's a bug in a rug if I ever saw one. Okay. We've uncovered another bug. How you doing, Kitty Poo? I'm guessing that's you. You're the only one who's watching on YouTube. See, this is a string ID. That makes no sense. That should never have been a string ID. Why? And what is this new ID? How do you go from string ID to blueprint ID? If that's what it's supposed to be, then it shouldn't be a one-to-one. So the parent ID is... Come on. It's 0. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I mean, this shouldn't work. That holds blueprint ID and string ID. Yeah, see, this is a key. This is the blueprint ID, not the... That's why. Oh, tell me about it, Holy Diver. I've been trying with great enthusiasm to come up with video ideas for what to do. And I get really enthusiastic about a topic and a concept and I start working on it. And then I get stuck on something and then it just dies. It's really, really, really frustrating how much work and stuff I do for things that I never finish them. And I'd be like, okay, I'm going to finish it this time, right? But I don't. So the question is whatever components are, it's a storage. Is this used anywhere else? Yes, it's a string storage as well. Which is why the insert thing there works. Oh, this is confusing. You switch distros every week. So you're saying to succeed, I should make React tutorials. I think I'm roughly the same, Marvin. I used Mint for a few years, then I used Arch for a few years. I use Arch, by the way. In between, I tried a few other things. I tried like Solus with Budgie, and I tried Elementary, and I had kind of high hopes from Elementary. When I moved from using OS X to some Linux flavors, Elementary seemed like the obvious choice there. No, I looked for other things, but I haven't found anything that has really tickled my fancy. Yeah, I found that like people who use Manjaro seem to have a lot of issues with edge cases that don't exist when it comes to Arch. So I would say for now, I would just ignore Manjaro. And if you're struggling to install Arch, there are like installers for it, right? You hate it with a passion. So Nixos has its advantages, right? Because you have this reproducible build, but is that the core thing is that like the core tenet of your existence to reinstall Linux on a database? Oh yeah, I see it now. All right, chat, tell me what is the next good video then, right? Tell me so we can go and make it, okay? I'm starving for ideas that I can actually finish. Too right, Robbo. Too right. I used Gentle in the early days, but it was too much compiling. LFS, because you don't care about security. Oh, that's 100% coming, right? A compiler tutorial. Get out of here, Skylar. Someone throw Skylar out, okay? She's gone rogue. Okay. Compiler tutorial. Hot tubs and pools and a nice two-piece number. My goodness, we walked past a hot tub for, I think it was like 400 euros or pounds or whatever, right? Whatever monopoly currency you want. And it's like, it's almost affordable for some, right? But I don't want to have that in here. I don't want 100 liters of water possibly leaking out on a floor that's been water damaged twice recently. Okay. Yeah, but programming tutorials kind of suck, right? They're not fun to watch. When was the last time you watched a program to be like, oh, this is fun? As a matter of fact, you know what? I reckon that the majority of people who make successful videos with programming tutorials is because they garnered a following that invested in the creator and now they keep watching the videos. But I think most people space out if you do a 20-minute tutorial on how to do something, I think most people are going to space out watching that. Or they're like me, it takes them 3 days to watch a YouTube video, right? Yeah, but first of all, Biscuit is pretty cool and knowledgeable. And again, they're also someone who's been around for a really long time. So they have also garnered a following from that. I don't think Biscuit would succeed today if they started today, right? What's the last thing you learned from a video holy diver? Yeah, but I'm not good at that, right? I'm not good at ranting. I never feel good when I've ranted. Sometimes after a stream, if I've been annoyed or frustrated or something like that, I reflect on this a lot and I can feel really bad after that, right? Sometimes I sit there and go like, what the am I doing with my life, right? And then sometimes I think like, did the person get upset because I said that? Sometimes I even get in touch with people, send them a private message, be like, are you okay? Like, did they, hopefully it wasn't offensive, or apologize if I, upset you because of your shitty feelings or whatever polite thing you can say, right? Healthy hair maintenance in 100 seconds. I do not have healthy hair maintenance, right? I'm using this. This is like conditioner from your pharmacy. It has no additives, all right? Straight up honey, salt, and vinegar right in there, right? I'm still waiting for the unholy diver to tell me, right? Did I try go? Yeah, a little bit, but I didn't give it a fair shot because I wasn't interested in it. And the reason I wasn't interested in it was because it didn't solve something that I didn't already have language skills to solve otherwise, right? So there is no reason for me to learn Go. This is from my opinion, right? There's no reason for me to learn Go because I already knew C#, and Rust offered something more than C# or Go would offer, right? So I kind of stuck with Rust instead. No other reason. The stuff I watch comes from Teachable or Udemy courses, so it's not specifically on YouTube. Okay, fair enough. C++, you're a pervert. Nice. Anyway, right. Better send an apology message to Diver. Odin is what Go should have been. Maybe. There's a short for that. Why you should be more natural with hair products. So the reason for that though, Robo, is if you put a lot of like heavy, if you put like really heavy conditioner stuff in your hair's gonna get greasy in no time, right? If you find that you wash your hair 5 times a day, right? It's probably because of the stuff you put in. The less shit you put in there, the better, right? But you gotta have some conditioner. Otherwise, who's gonna tangle that rat's nest? Yeah. Now, if you guys do have some actual video content ideas that you think would be interesting, I'd love to hear it. I love to throw ideas around with people as well, but it just comes back to the same thing, right? Okay, now how should we fix this? No, damn it, I'm streaming. Fuck. Sorry. Stupid streamer mode should be on automatically. I think you'll find that these aren't the best programmers though when it comes to it, right? Now I can't speak for Pirate though, right? But I think if you look at the notable programmers out there, like the pioneers, they weren't long haired though, right? And if they were, they ate their own feet. So, you know. Most are bald. There you go, right? If you have long hair, you are just a poser programmer, not a real programmer, okay? You're faking it, and people are too distracted by your flowing locks to pay attention to the mistakes you're making, right? It is not the fastest, but that's not why you would pick Python. And I think that's kind of like I think that's probably one of the things that I regurgitate the most, right? If you're complaining about Python being slow, you've picked the wrong language for what you're doing. You knew Python was slow, right? You can't really complain about it, right? It's like getting bitten by a snake, right? You were handling the snake. You knew what you were doing, right? Or didn't know what you were doing, right? I wish, right? Okay, so I have to figure out how I'm going to deal with this thing. So the insert is going to go to the string ID instead. So it would be the wrong thing, which is super weird. So the key should be the string ID here. And it is. Then why isn't this working? That is right. We need some pretty printing of this. Is this happening ever outside of what we're doing here? I don't think so. I think this is it, right? Ooh, Nelly. No, we are using the string ID, so that is right. It isn't wrong. And that's Grandpa. All right, and this is 1 again. So that should be the component ID. That should be the string ID, right? So it's component string. It is component string. Why the flip is that not right? Is it that we can't compare two string IDs? Yeah, we can. Huh. All right, we're going to do this. We're going to get a debug of what self is here. Okay, can we iterate over self? Yeah, we can. Hmm. Get down, damn it. Get down. Shut up. We don't do that. Okay. Okay. Wow. See, there you go. If you have long hair, then think hair enough for your hairline. Think long enough for your hairline to go away, right? That's that. I'm buying that more than this other BS, right? Ah, debug. Really? Oh no, it's just self debug BS then. Okay, so we're about to insert key 1. Numero uno. That's Spanish, if you didn't know. We have 6 and 2 in there. Where the flip did the other ones come and go? How do we get 6 and 2 in there? This is so upsetting. I have to make tea, right? If you didn't know this, now you do. Oh, why didn't I use my AFK thing? I don't know. Nobody knows why. Okay. I wonder if maybe we have multiples of these. What is this key? A string ID 1. Why do we have so many string IDs in there? Okay. So we have 2 minutes until the T is done. Well, let's figure out is Why do we have a push and an insert? Oh, deduplicate value. Okay. So that's why they are different. What about it? How long? 1 minute left. Then we get T. Then I want to hear all your terrible opinions, please. That's 1. That's 6. Why are you 6? What's the ident here? Read ident. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, come to think of it, right? We have many items. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the index itself, right? 5, and then grandpa probably has some kind of ident as well. Yeah. Grandpa has an ident. Let's go in circles, shall we? Okay. So we have index, children, border, vstack, text, grandpa. Well, there's 6 of them, right? Although that implies 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I want to get 6. Oh yeah, and the children thing. Okay, idiot. Okay. But why do they get skewed then? Oh, hang on. But let's see what we get here. Read ident. Nope, wrong combination of keys. Right combination of keys, please. String ID 1, component ID 0. Yeah, so that's string ID 1, but what's the component now? Okay, we're almost there. This ident value has to come from somewhere. Oh man, I'm getting bored just looking at this thing. It's gonna be the parser. It's already parsed, right? Blah. That's what I say. This blah. All right. That is not correct. So let's find out. It's not gonna be there. All right, so this parent ID is already set. What does push return? Nothing. All right, so we're removing the parent ID. What is that? It's 0. That's the string ID and the component. Okay, so what's the key here? How are you 1? You miserable. How are you 1? Okay, actually, this explains why there is no 1. I think this insert function is wrong. Which is even more insane. Oh, the next edition have changed. That's why. Huh. I blamed T. We need to do like an insert at. I don't even know why this... Logically, this never made sense. So it shouldn't even be a remove here. It would have been cool if we had something like a with. We don't. All right, let's rewrite this thing. How do we... Can we do like an insert at? Yeah, we can. Okay. So this means that, okay, we can do this here and here. I think they will be different. That's why. All right, string ID 1 and 2, and then we do all this bullshit. 6 and 2. So that means that probably here is where this happened. Yeah. So that's where it happens. We can't depend on that anymore. No, I don't drink alcohol at all, no. Hmm. Then we don't need this. That doesn't even make sense. Okay, maybe this will work. Circular dependency. You. All right. Who knows? Who knows? I just read bits of chat when I throw my eye into the corner. And then I answer what looks like a question. I assume it's for me. If it's not, then who cares? Then I answer the question for someone else. To be fair, people keep answering questions for me all the time. Why is this not working? So is this compilation here that causes us circular dependency, yeah? Obviously. Trace amount of crack. We haven't returned the parent ID yet, have we? Wait, what? I don't think that's right. Beans. Why is this now? Why don't you ever get to have a normal freaking day, right? There's like, oh, we're almost done with this thing. Let's just do one tiny change and then... Oh, fuck off, GitHub. No one wanted that. Okay. Indeed. That is not technical debt, Skylar. That is karma or kismet or some other bullshit. Yes, maybe, but I still don't think he would be as big today if he hadn't already gotten a following. It's in forever. Yeah, but it's been around for a long time. No, like, I totally get what they're doing and it's good. I just don't think they would be as successful if they started the channel today. I mean, obviously, I don't think they would made it through the noise, right? He does show things, but really there isn't much to take on board from what he does, right? It's more like you say, he's showing you what he's working on and showing you some details, but you can't really follow along the code or anything like that, right? Unless you pause the video a lot. Not that I think that's why people watch it, all right? You do, and I do think that it helps that it has interesting visuals, absolutely, right? Why are we getting us bloody... I mean, we're adding the parent ID here, and then when we're compiling, we're adding the parent ID again. How does that even work? How does that freaking work? We're calling compile with the parent ID. So if it contains the parent ID, then boo, right? We're not changing the parent ID anyway here, are we? This shouldn't even work. We're removing the parent ID. Get out of here. Removing the parent ID from here, right? Then... But it's still inside the dependencies. So when we compile this... Shouldn't these keys be the parent ID? This is so confusing. This code hasn't changed. Has this always produced a circular dependency and I just don't know about it? Maybe it has always produced a circular dependency and I just didn't know about it. All right, let's have a look at what we're doing with load. I mean, we don't get a circular dependency warning, do we? Yeah, we do. Fudge. Okay, we need more details here. So this load goes to this parent, then we do that. And I think that this is a component blueprint ID. Is there anything in here that is a component blueprint ID? So when we go to compile this thing, all right, let's put a breakpoint here and step into this. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, idiot. Okay. Okay, what's the parent now? 0. Mm-hmm. Um... Hang on. Is any of this dictating the parent then? Parent is 0. All right. There is no parent for the first component ID, which is 0. So this component ID should become the parent now. Parent component ID. Yeah. Thank you for being so helpful. Unfortunate game though today. I knew the game, or rather I guessed the game and I knew the game it was. I just couldn't remember the name of it. So that was very frustrating. So if I say I guessed Star Ocean, it wasn't Star Ocean. It was the other one that came out roughly around the same time. So you probably know which one it was then, right? All right. Why are we even removing that? Why are we removing that? The parent should be some, right? Or is none here? So we have no parent. How can there be a parent ID here? And why are we removing that? Okay, so this is actually not the parent. This is our ID. This is the current component that's being loaded. We are loading component 0. So nothing can have component 0 as a dependency. It is pushing its own ID as a dependency. Okay, that makes sense. No. No. Why do we need to own these? And we don't have to return it then. Wait, why are we popping that dependency? How? Okay. What the hell is that? Component source. So that's supposed to be string ID and the value. So that's not I, that's the key. I think that's what we need. Shit, what are you unknown for? And what's that supposed to be? A blueprint ID? Yeah, so that's the index. Oh shit, we can't do that either. Ugh. We can. Hang on to your sockets. This morning, Priven, the chat started with, can we ban Nightshade? So now I'm just wondering, what has Nightshade actually been up to that he deserves so many people requesting a ban? What did he do? He exists? Oh man, that's harsh. Given that so many of us do. He does mod a bunch of streams. Oh, that's a murderous offense. Oh my goodness. Sorry, Subaru, for not seeing your chat message earlier. How is metaprogramming in Rust? I don't know how to answer that compared to SIG. This is very frustrating. Compared to C. I mean, does anyone like metaprogramming in C? I'm guessing it's miles better. But it's not good. Let's be clear on that. Working with procedural macros is pretty unpleasant because you're working with token streams of the language. So even though you have the advantages of the language, there's still a lot missing when you're doing that. It's not fun, I don't think. What do we do here? We can't compile. We'd have to pass in components again. So our load function, it means we have to detach components from here. So what does that even look like if we were to do that? So we'd have to pass in components to load. What? And this is such a... Okay, let's roll that back. We're not doing that. Something else is being added somewhere, which is confusing. Oh, no, this makes sense why we're doing this. The reason is we probably end up overwriting this parent ID with another component. So that's 0. And when we remove 0, there is probably a 0 free in here. Can't read that. That's impossible. Where do we generate the ID for the... Where's the insert function? This is in the wrong place. What do you return? You are returning the component ID. That's why. Fiddlesticks. So I bet your sockets that we're doing an insert here which is returning the... Okay, how about we do this then? We use the ticket system instead of remove, we do a checkout. And instead of insert add, we do a return. Restore. Tickets. This is obviously a better way of handling this. Maybe. Oh, it's gonna have the index. Okay. Is it a sandwich? Is a sandwich breaking it? Tell me, quickly. Okay, here we go. Maybe this can work. Yeah. Missing component, Grandpa. Nice. Grandpa. Okay, there we go. Now we're missing grandpa. I don't know why. Why are we missing grandpa? Let's see. That is 0. There's our ticket. Out of here. That's the index. So what we're actually looking at here is the index. Okay, so the parent is 2. That's grandpa. There is no grandpa. Wait, that's not because I didn't include grandpa. I do include grandpa. Grandpa's right there. And there is definitely a grandpa animal. So that's not the issue. Where is grandpa? Okay. Who stole grandpa? There we go. Oh, man, you gotta stop calling me. Stop it. I don't want to deal with you now. Okay. So the issue is not quite there. Okay, hang on. This might be important. Just... Hello? Ah, there. The joy. Hi? Is it important? No. So why are you calling me when I don't answer the call? I just want to make sure there's nothing wrong with your phone. Okay, thank you. All right. So now it works because we add the grandpa afterwards. So we have to add the grandpa first. That was never the case. There's obviously something else missing. You don't have to add these right away. Okay. That's index. That has a path that we're reading into this. This would be grandpa. Yeah. That has a path. So we read the path in there. Okay, so we have it. So that's not the issue. Why is the component source empty? Okay, can we see something when we do that, maybe? Do we get a component ID here already? That is a component blueprint for index and for grandpa. So that is 0 and 1 are the component IDs that are relevant to us. Yes?
Yes, I agree with you.
All right, good, but don't do the weird voice. Okay, so the parent ID is now 0. That's for the index. Now the parent ID is 1. That's... Why is it 2? Wait a second. So the first parent is none. Where does the component ID come in? Oh, it's already here. That's 0. Okay, cool beans. All right, now it should be 2. Oh. What? How? Okay, this one is concerning me. So we're going to take that and see if that breaks anything. It didn't. Okay, so parsing a component. Can we please just see what this is doing then? Have we added components at this point? Right. Oh, right. How has this not failed before? This is insane. This is not the component ID. This is the component ident ID. And are we creating this before? Are we adding them here? Okay, so we're doing this before we parse the component. Yes. Okay. Wow. No wonder this doesn't work. Oh, U size? Heck no. What are you? You're a component blueprint ID. Okay, let's return that then. Wow, that was kind of awkward, wasn't it? And why are we returning a result here? Oh yeah, because of that. So add component happens before parse component. Okay, so the plot thickens, okay? We're adding components, but we don't have the name in strings yet. So when we parse the component, we need to get the name for the component, right? So this string ID here needs to become the string ID here. This is the string. So here we need to... Wait, are these the same components as well? Yes. So instead, we need to get component by string ID. Wow, what a lengthy bastard. Is this maybe what's been missing? Yeah. Uh, the fact that this hasn't broken before is just insanely lucky. Okay, how do we find a component by string ID? Okay, so we're looking at the third one here. So in storage, we should be using the key to get the value. So something that takes key and returns value. We don't need the with anymore. So do we have something by key perchance? All right, that's obviously no longer relevant. Like that. Yeah, okay. So this is a slab under the hood, so we're gonna have to iterate here. Really? Really? Can we not do a comparison? Okay. Where was I even messing with this? There we go. What? Is that not a, oh, it's a component source. Fudge. That's not even the right thing. Ooh, Nelly. No, we want to index by key. Wow, that's a long name, isn't it? Now this is an actual component, whatchamacallit. Explicit Panic 227. I guess where that could be. What a surprise. Why aren't you there, you ghoul? Why is it not there? Parsing the component happens after we insert it. We insert the source and then we parse it, right? The key is the string ID. Components are string IDs and component sources. So that is the key. Hmm. Okay. Oh, there's no debug BS in there. Did I confuse it with something else then? That's component. That is it. Why the heck are you not there? Is this not component templates? It is. Okay, that is there. That worked. Where does this come from? Where is the disconnect here? The one is checked out, so that one makes sense that it doesn't exist there. But where does the 6 come from? It's this ident here. So this ident is stored somewhere in strings, right? Yeah, so we're writing this into strings. Now, the lexer and the document needs to have the same string. Otherwise, I understand why this is all vocal. But strings only exist within the template. There are no strings outside of this. The document has the strings here. Wait, what? Why? Is that it? We had too many strings. Yeah, fucking hell, man. Whoops, sorry. That's just insane. How that could even be a thing. Wow, this string's new. First of all, you cannot be made outside of this crate, I don't think. It should only be the document that can do this. As a matter of fact, this entire new function, we're going to go to document here and we're going to write the implementation in here. Now, this is something Rust can do and look good doing it, so take that. And the string store is public to the strings. Then we can do self store. But then that becomes public to the crate. That's a bit naff, isn't it? All this so only the document can create the strings. We're not doing that. But let's do this and see what breaks. Only one thing breaks. Okay, I think we're good then. Wow, what a sneaky sob, right? Let's see if you can have a child as well here. No. That sucked. Yeah, that makes sense. We used one that doesn't exist. Maybe there shouldn't be an explicit panic. Maybe that should be a runtime error instead, right? So let's go to components 227. We'll make this thing an option instead. And then here, we're going to return a parse error. Oof. Okay, self error is what we return. And then this thing here. What do we call this thing, right? An invalid component. Unregistered component. String. Probably spelled that right as well, shouldn't we? Come on, you fiddlestick. Error kind. Parse error kind. How do we get a string? Get unchecked. Okay, then we'll have to add a format for this thing as well. What do we just call this thing? Why is my memory so amazing? There you are. That should even be a better... That's an quality of life improvement as well, right? Because now we see if we don't unwrap this thing, but rather get the error, right? Really? Runtime doesn't even... Okay, well that's just wrong. We gotta better fix that one. It does implement display. What are you on about? All right. There we go. Look at that. Error on line 7. Unregistered component name. Boop beep. Wrong. Oof. Oh, nice. But we do have one called parent. That's not... I know why we can't do that. Okay, this is because they're not prototypes. No other reason. And didn't you fix this, Skylar, or something yesterday, right? You were working on this yesterday, weren't you? There we go. On the widget reuse error. I mean, I know we talked about it on Discord. Let me have a look. You fixed the filter bug yesterday. Good work, by the way. Maybe... no, we just talked about it, right? Yes. That's right. So we need to... We should probably do something there for now. That is in here, right? Yeah, the runtime shouldn't exit. We need to show an error message instead, but because we want to do a reload, but yeah. Yeah, we're just gonna do that for now. Okay, so let's see. I mean, it's better than nothing, I think. Let's make this thing into a component instead. So this thing should now break. Yeah. Okay, cool. Sounds good, Temporis. I might be around for some Remnant later if you are. If anyone want to play games this Saturday, let me know. I'll try to be around for a bit of gaming. What have we got here? Where's the runtime? What is the to-do malarkey? There we go. Yeah. I don't know how long it's going to take me to do this because, you know, I thought it was going to take a minute, but here we are. Okay, so we're good now. I don't even remember what I was doing. Oh yeah, we were doing an event. We were building a bloody event system. That's why. Okay, something else is stuck now. Ugh. Okay, let's change these to components though, right? There we go. I'm building a new event system for this thing here, which is a UI library for the terminal, but I'm almost done, right? Oh, does the bot not do anything there? Oh yeah, the bot does. We just don't see the bot in here. Need to get better overlap with this. Maybe we should get the bots echoing in here after all. Alright, I'll deal with that later. So what have we got going on here? So we're publishing an event. That's what we're doing. So we publish this. Okay, so we got there. Okay, and then where do we actually drain associated events? Here. Well, there happened to be a loop here, right? I'm gonna assume that's why it doesn't work. We need to update the parent. Okay, so we should be getting a different widget ID here. First we get 10. Then we get 4. Then we get 0. And then we get 0. Okay. Wait, what? We'll try that again, shall we? Okay, first we get 10. Get the next parent, which is 4. Oh. There you are, right? Okay, here we go. So this is 0, yeah? And then this thing would just return false, and then this one will not, right? But I think that solved it. Yeah. Okay, so we have events propagating now. We're gonna rename this. So this is an API change. We have the receive. We're gonna call this thing something else. What should we call this thing? On event, which is a quirky old name. Indeed, on event. Now the any component gotta be in here somewhere. Where are you, any component? I gotta go and find you. Runtime, come here. Any receive becomes any event. No, because we already have an any event. That will be any component event. There we go. Yeah, we can deal with that. Yes. Why would there be 2 different focus events? We don't have 2 different focus events. There is only one on focus. In your example, the word. Okay, fair enough. So I'm gonna note in Discord. Note. Need to update the event names now in the guide. There we go. Hello, Lon. That's pretty good. We're almost done with the new event system. We're just about to take it for a spin. So let's have a look at what happens in the parent. When, well, this is called receive. That's now, there's no receive in there anymore, right? So it's on event. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, so this is a new event system with propagation and not state bound. So you can now publish an event with whatever you want. And the reason we don't tie it to the state anymore is because you might want to write a component that wraps someone else's component and be able to propagate that message, right? So states are no longer in, but you are taking ownership of the thing that you get. Well, we have to take ownership of the thing you're sending, but you only get a reference because they propagate, right? And they are immutable. So you cannot modify something up the chain, and I think that's probably for the best. All right, so here we go. Let's have a little state for all of these, right? Let's make this thing a string. And let's have grandpa have a string too, right? I mean, who's to say that grandparents can't have strings? Someone who can't spell. All right. So if we get an event here, we're gonna say state dot push stir. We can just get the event, right? So event dot data. Should we let's do data unchecked, right? Okay, so now it would be nice if we could have gone to a stir, but we'll try that one out in a bit first, right? So here we're just gonna say state dot push stir s. We do the same thing for the parent. So in our templates for grandparent, we say this is grandpa, text, event, value, state. Then we go to the parent, event, value, state. Let's run it. And it broke. Why? Invalid type. Didn't I send a string? I am pretty sure I'm sending a string here. Yes. Damn it. Wait, not damn it. Oh, you hairy monkey. There we go. Right. Okay, so now we are going to send the value from the child up to the parent and we're going to propagate the value like so. This is a message. We should probably check what it is that we're sending, right? So given the child in the parent, we're saying that our event is going to go to event 1. So inside the main function, we should be able to check that is the actual event as well, right? Where is the grandparent? Here we go, right? So let's also push the event name, right? So let's push an empty space. And then we're going to push the event name, right? So state.push event.ident maybe. That's a stupid name. Why would people know that? Internal and external, that's what it is. All right, we need better names for that. Oh, external ident is even worse. Even worse. All right, so we're pushing both the internal and external name here, right? So the external, and that's okay. It's the other way around. So they are the wrong way around. So internal should become external, right? So let's name this here, right? So internal, external, all right? So this guy is triggering internal. So if we run this now, nothing will happen because we're not triggering that event. But now we are. So let's say state.push stir internal. Let's get rid of you. Right. So there we go. So external says internal and internal says external, right? Well, yeah, we can set a lot of these events, right? Yeah, so this should be the same for all of them, right? We're going to change the version of this thing shortly. We're going to fix this thing, right? So they all get the same event, Skylar. But now we should be able to say stop propagation and the grandparent shouldn't get an event. And it didn't. So the grandparent never get the event because we stopped that. This is not even how the events were supposed to look, but this looks better than what I had here. Because this would have used a closure calling handle. But I'd rather not do that. Instead, we're just going to have... is there anything worth noting in here, right? Each can be an event, yes. Event pops up, yes. Make it possible to stop, yes. Each event has to know the type when handled, yes. But it doesn't look like this anymore. Each event needs to contain additional information as possible to extrapolate which component triggers the event, and it does. So we need to include the sender here as well when we print this out. So let's include the sender. But the sender is only the ident, so I think sender is going to be useless. It just says child. If you were to rename event, I don't. Your question doesn't compute, right? you're not renaming any events. You're saying what an event maps to, right? So case in point here, like let's take the child and make this a prototype. Let me demonstrate this. So in our parent, right? So this one goes to, right, but this is the wrong order. So let me fix the order first before we deal with this. But yes. So push goes in external, internal. Where does the... Which one is it that's wrong though? That doesn't seem right to me. I will get to your question shortly, but the answer is probably yes. So where do we push these IDs in? Associated functions. There we go. So where do we get these from? From new. Okay, so let's find the new call here. Associated functions comes from component. Okay. All right, so we're gonna obviously have to rename this thing because it makes little to no sense. Let's have a... This is in widgets, associated functions. How do we set these up? Okay, this one says internal, external in that sense. I think it's the other way around. So when we call lookup, we're actually doing this on an external. Is nothing using this? Should we get rid of this? Yeah. Okay, so where are we calling new here? And where does the associated functions come from? Input associated functions. Okay, cool. We're gonna find where you are set up then. That smells of blueprints all the way to Sunday, doesn't it? Templates. Associated functions. Here we go. Take associated functions. Wow, what a journey, right? So this should be a function mapping instead. Oh, we already have that here. So internal is the left one and external is the right one, but that didn't seem right to me. Oh, I opened this in the wrong project. Okay, so let's just go template state mod. What line are we on? 19122. Yes, Skylar. But to answer your question, though, you will get both, but you will probably be more interested in the external event than the internal event. Okay, so according to this, the internal event is the left one. I'll show you this shortly. So the internal is the left one. Yeah, that is right. Are they being parsed incorrectly here? Ooh, Nelly, this is not cool. This is very uncool. Let's have a string ID here and here. Yeah. Where is this actually happening, though? Oh, that's a test, you muppet. There we go. That is the string ID. Yes, you are. Can we do strings? Self.strings.get unchecked internal. Okay, so we want to debug statement parser. Okay. That is the internal name. Okay, so that is correct. And no doubt this is the external one. Yeah. Okay, so I want a specific type for this instead. So where we give this thing the internal external. Well, this one already is a type, so that's fine. Okay, let's go to templates. Statement, right? Eval. Okay, really? There's nothing there. Now we should have some there, right? Right, so that is a vec of string. Do we have associated events in here in the template thing? No, they are not big enough to warrant their own thing. Where should we put this? Components, maybe? Yeah, we put it on the component, right? Yeah, there was. And also, I wanted this to exist because there wasn't anything like this at the time, and that was a bit frustrating. Okay, so we're going to use this instead, right? Should be 2p in mapping. Yeah. Associated event mapping. Let's go to where we have associated events now. That's just going to be a ASOC event mapping now. Yes. What a genius thing to say, huh? I bet you're proud of yourself for coming up with that one, aren't you? All right, we're going to make this copy and clone. Copy and clone. These don't have to be U sizes, by the way. We're going to change this. Okay, so where do these associated events come from now? All right, so we have to make it here. So this will be our truthiness source here. That one doesn't exist here, which means we have to re-export this one from templates. Like so. Okay, this is looking pretty good. I think we are close to being there now. And this removes any confusion. Shut up, you. Don't try to name shame me. Don't try to name shame me, you goblin. Okay, so when we're publishing, I think we're publishing the internal one. Like that. That's already there. Whew, okay. Wait, why is that unknown? Oh, right. Oof. Okay. So let's make sure that this is still backwards. Yeah. Which is bizarre. Why is it backwards? Why is this backwards then? I am definitely certainly sure that you did it backwards, not me. And why is this even compiling? Oh, right, that's why. So internal, external. To event takes internal and external. All right, there it is. We don't need this one anymore because it's on the event. How did that go? When are you gonna start streaming, Bean Juice, so I can come and be a goblin in your stream? Okay, there we go. So, Skylar. Skyly Boo. Here's how it works, right? We should be able to ask the event for its name. Let's do that. And that's the external item, right? That's how it goes, right? So if I want to know what the name of this thing is, to do event name, and then we push the event name here, okay? And this is on the grandparent. Put this on the parent as well. Okay, so if you observe the output here, so the event name is external, right? But I can also get the internal name if I want to. So now I have the internal name, which just happens to be internal. So if we look at the different names here, when we push this, first event's going to come from the one mapped to external, tab, then we get to waffles, tab, then we get to lol, tab, back to external, right? So yes, nice. And the fact that we can now send whatever we want, and we can pass this up the chain as well. This is our new event system. So I'm going to commit this now. So what do we get? Component events. Yep, that's changed. So there will be some API changes, yes. But I think this is the last thing people asked for. We need to update the guide as well. More errors. Does anyone want to write some guide updates?
Not me.
All right, I'll do it. Are you doing it right now? Damn. That's nice, Skylar. Thank you. Vibe code the guide updates. How? Tell us how. Oof. So much to commit. Now I have to update all the a reference to T, because the event propagates, so other components might have access to it. If I don't stop the propagation here, see, both of them gets the event. What would have been nice is if we could have done this. Whoops. But I don't think we can do that, can we? But why are you griping? We just told you that that's fine. Come on, Rust. Why can't I go to the stupid ass function now? Hello, Yogurt. Doing as well as one can, thank you. How are you doing? Oh man, I put the question mark in the wrong place. There we go. Oh shit, we can't. So T has to be sized for this. It's irrelevant is what it is, because downcast ref requires that it's sized, so boo. Well, it's a different type with different information, so yeah. Is this the last thing, right? Oh, really? Why is there no market for it? Can I ask you that? Do you want to share your idea? I'm gonna steal it because I don't have any time. People don't generally steal ideas until they make money. I can't see that from the screenshot. It's so murky. Screenshot is bogus, Privan. I can't see it. I don't think anyone actually said that either. I don't care. He can think that if he wants to. I don't mind. Meh. I think you guys are selling yourself short. Not only do I need glasses, I need to know where I put them. Are we done? Damn, maybe we're done. Shit. We might be done. Let's review a pull request, shall we? I'm gonna read this in a bit. Nice. Do we not have any of the other events listed in the guide? All right, we should link to the guide from the guide, right? That should definitely be there. The moment of emptiness, yeah. I mean, there are still things to do, but functionally, I think we might be done. There are optimizations to do with the strings, with the text thing. What else do we have that's outstanding? But I think they're like quality of life changes and performance optimizations. They're not bug fixes or anything like that, right? Other than like poor error reporting and some minor issues, I don't think there's a reason to not use this now. I was building an AI chat with 100% local browser history, zero retention proxy to zero retention model. So you get access to models that do not collect the data or prompts. I was hoping for a B2B sale where a company have an access for $666 monthly to many models and be sure all data they send is secure and nothing is kept in history for anything like further training. Okay. that doesn't seem like it would be a terrible idea. But do companies care about the data? I think individuals care about the data being collected. I don't think companies care about that, do they? Nobody's more surprised than Toy. No, you're not wrong. I'm like, what? You're looking at it though, Londo. You're looking at it, but we're gonna make this do more things, right? Yeah, but this was local browser history, right? Why would a company care about their local browser history? Yeah, we need more comments there, more code there. I think this looks good, Skylar. Let me read this though. Components can emit events that will bubble up the parent tree. Okay, so that is not correct, but I will fix that. They can be intercepted and stopped from bubbling up by using the on event function on the component trait. That is kind of correct. Templates can map one event coming from a component to another. This is useful when you want to handle an event from a specific component in a specific way. As a matter of fact, I think you have to do that, otherwise you will get no event, right? So if we panic here, all right, string. So we panic there. If we don't do the mapping, then nothing will happen. So you need to have the mapping there. So good, Skylar. So yeah, I think that this is quite a big deal, right? So when I say that companies don't care about data collection, let me be a bit clear then for people who seem to not understand what I mean then, right? So companies don't care about data collection when it comes to basic things, because otherwise they wouldn't use Windows. They don't care about data collection, otherwise they wouldn't let their employees use Google and stuff like that. So for that reason, I'm saying companies don't care about data collection. Of course, they're going to care if someone tries to steal their IP, but that's a whole different data collection, right? So I get that. But I do think that might be more interesting to individuals, though, Yogurt, right? I mean, I would care maybe more about that than anything. I would have loved to be able to run Olama locally and have a useful agent that I could interact with that understands the code and I can upload documents to and what have you. That would be super nice, right? Imagine having something that is local, or it doesn't have to be local, but let's say somewhat promote itself the same way that Kagi or DuckDuckGo promotes itself, right? So you have an AI that you can comfortably give access to your code and your documentation and maybe books on a subject that you want to explore without having to worry about things. And you can work with this data, right? That would probably be more interesting to me than I think it would be to a company. because you could do things like, well, I mean, I could have asked it to, I don't know, explore the code base that I have and try to find ways to improve it or whatever and make suggestions. I'm not super chuffed about doing this to OpenAI, which again today is the most ridiculous name ever, or any of these other companies, right? But that's more from kind of an ethical standpoint almost. If you think about, Facebook and the millions of, like, did anything even happen to them, right? They basically torrented gigabytes of books. What happened? How much of a penalty is that? And how disproportionate is that, right? Let's say that the law want to make an example out of you because you download 2 episodes of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? And you get some extortionate fine, even facing prison time or whatever, right? What's the equivalent for a company? You're talking about a human whose life could possibly be pretty destroyed, right? Let's say you're low income, you can't afford to pay the fine sort of thing. And they'll be like, all right, you're going to pay $100,000 to this wank company, right? Or face 12 months in prison or whatever, right? And that, which would inevitably lead to you losing your job and then having a hard time getting a job afterwards and blah, 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 right? Let's say that happens. What's the risk for a company like Facebook committing crimes? They're like, you shouldn't do that. And Facebook be like, okay, right? Anyway. I have 2 small projects from a while back that shows Anathema bugs if you want to try out. Yes, please. Send me a link to the smallest one, Doddy, because it's going to take me a while to update it. No, but that's what I'm saying. Companies are not destroyed for the crimes that they commit. Humans are, all right? Now, I get that there are 2 sides to this. If you destroyed a company because of what the CEO does, then you are possibly making a lot of people unemployed. So you can't really punish the company in that sense. But and you know that the CEO is never going to be responsible, even if they should be, right? They'd be like, oh, Kevin, go and download these terabytes of books. And Kevin be like, but that's illegal. Don't worry about it, because we're going to say that you did it. And Kevin's like, what? Nothing. Here's the torrent link. Oh, you named it Bug. Nice. Okay. So I think I'm just going to finish this thing. The internal mapped event ID can be accessed using event internal ident. External ID can be accessed using the name. The component that handles the event has to know the type the event body is to handle it correctly. The name of the sender component. Yeah, you know what? This is pretty good. I'm going to merge this. Nice work. Approve. And then I will tweak whatever gripes I might have myself. I'm not going to make you do that. So there we go. Thank you. All right. Oh, man. Have you heard of line breaks, Skylar? They're pretty good. All right, we'll start with a bug. I know. All right, yeah, you're right. It's tiny. Let's get it. Let's get it. Is there no finalize here? No. That's because that's not in there. Okay, that needs to be in the prelude. It is. And it is. That irks me. That shouldn't be required. What the hell is going on? Why is that not a thing? I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea, the yogurt, right? Yeah, the XML story is definitely a sad one. Why is this some like really old version of Anathema? I don't. Oh shit! Because of the lock file, you lock. Come on, brain. Sort your shit out. Goodness me. Ah, right. It does take two. Feel free to throw more ideas around, though, Yogurt. I do find it interesting to hear about these things. And the thing is, good ideas might amount to nothing. Bad ideas might become successful, even though they shouldn't. So who's to say, right? I mean, you guys know plenty of bad ideas that are successful, like Adobe subscription model. Was there a two bool on this thing? Okay, let's see what the issue is here. Index. We need to start from the main one. Ooh, you're gonna do that, are you? That loads the next item. I mean, if you want to do that, Doddy, you are better off just taking next item here, right? like that, you don't need the whole template thing there. Because all you do in the index is have next item, yeah. Oops. And then we have an item that's a component. That makes me think that it shouldn't be a component. Let's run this. See if we see any errors. Press enter, should have 2 lines. Okay. There's only copy value. I mean, you're right there, Skylar. That makes more sense to actually do that, right? Where was it? Item. Next item. Okay, let's have a look at this thing now. We don't care about index anymore. So we're going to look at index, at next index, next item. Press enter should have 2 lines. Okay, so that's going to come from item then. If display, if state display, else unknown. Okay. Whoops. What happened? That's not right. Is that because of the copy value? Is there a bug with copy value, Skylar? Is there a bug with copy value? There is. All right, let's find out what the bug is. I just realized I did this in the GitHub one. It's not a biggie. We just need to go to state, val mod, please. There we go. Copy val. This one should just do self.toRef. So the copy value here is probably doing a lot more stuff. Yeah, I think we're going to get rid of this thing. Yeah, that one was straight up nanas, okay? This one, yeah, there's no auxiliary data to be had. I don't know why it said that. It's all good. Okay, I should probably fix these tests, right? Oh, wow, that's why. Oh, okay. Thank you so much for the resub, yo, guys. I can tell you with utmost confidence that that is not a car you should buy. I have met a lot of people that own Tesla cars, and they have been very enthusiastic about their... I don't care about Elon, okay? Let's be clear about that. This is not an Elon is a toilet man kind of conversation, right? But Tesla owners are very much like early Apple adopter, not early Apple, like Tesla owners today are like Mac users in 2010, okay? Right? They're like, oh, this car is amazing. This car is there's so many good things about this car. The acceleration is very cool. The acceleration is cool, right? But ask Tesla owners, say, genuinely, honestly, tell me how many issues have you had with your car? Ranging from the door handle doesn't close, there is no wiper on the back window, parking sensor stops working, camera stops working. There's an insane amount of shit that would just stop working on these things, and people should be more honest about it. All right, and once you do, you realize that it's actually a pretty low quality product for what it is, right? At 2022 maybe, but not 2024, darling. How do you know if someone owns a Tesla? What they'll tell you. No, but so there's a lot of people in my wife's family that has Tesla cars, right? And they were all really excited about them. But when you start asking, okay, so what does your service cost? How many times do you have to have it in for service? What's broken down with the car? You realize that is not a car I would buy at all, right? I would buy, you know what, forget what I would buy. I'm not going to buy no car. I ain't got no money for that. But please ask people that owns Teslas, and you realize what a shit car that is, right? Oh, we can't do that. Okay, so that sucks. We can do it for test, right? We can impl from usize for string ID self value, but we do this only for test. All right, but I can't tell you how you're gonna live your life. I mean, I could, but you shouldn't care. But what I would say though, Yogurt, can you find like 4 or 5 Tesla owners and ask them about the issues they've guaranteed to have had with the Model 3? Because I don't think that's a very good car. You're gonna spend what, like 20,000-30,000 euros on that thing. It should work, right? What do you mean from integer? Oh, right. I have to do this for stupid things like I32. No? Okay. That was unfortunate that we couldn't do that. This is a test though, right? Let's... Oh my god. I'm being stupid. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. Now, whoops. Now we can get rid of all this into business. All right, where's the issue here? Why wouldn't this work? This is all config test. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to know what you find out, because there are so many frustrating issues. Like, it's imagine that you're saving up for something. I'm just talking in general, right? You're saving up for something, you're really excited about it, you want this thing, you've heard everyone talk about how good it is, and then you get it, and then you realize that it's shit, and then you talk to people and go like, this thing is shit. And they'll be like, oh yeah, I had those issues, or I had those issues. What? So don't buy Nvidia. What are you talking about? I don't know. Don't buy Nvidia. What are we talking about again? Anyway. This is dumb. This should work. We should be able to do this. I don't get why you're being stupid pants about this. Okay, let's put this up here then. Yeah, that too. I don't know what Toyotas are like as EV cars, though. I've had Toyota cars in the past, and they have been pretty bulletproof. But I have no idea what their EV cars are like. I have broken a lot of tests in my days, but this is the worst. It isn't. Hyundai is good. I don't think so. I think Hyundai is pretty. I think Hyundai is pretty. I've had bad I've had bad Hyundai cars, and my father-in-law had one as well. No, that was a Honda Jazz, wasn't it? Whatever, right? It's all rubbish. Don't buy a car. Buy a sausage instead. You can enjoy it and share it with your friends. A car, not so much. Yeah, I have no idea about that. I mean, is there no value in hydrogen cars? I'm asking this because I have not kept an eye out on this thing. I know in Australia they do a lot of EV stuff, but I don't know in the civilized world, right? And this seems like a minor technicality and something that you can probably get around, but yeah. Honestly, I don't know anything about cars, right? Just to be clear. I just know that a Tesla is the last car I would buy. For various reasons. One of them being financial. Shit, why is this statement parser? 885. Oh man, that's a terrible car. Whoever designed this one, right? It has no space, but it's so large. I remember having one in Spain, and when we went and picked it up, I was like, wow, this is a massive car. And then you look in the boot and there's no room for anything. Like, what? This is outrageous. Yeah, but the Nissan is just insane, right? No, me neither, Marvin, but I am not a car person, right? I don't like cars. I don't take pleasure in being in a fancy car. It doesn't do anything for me. Cars, I find cars to be a tool. I don't care what it looks like. I care that it works and that I'm not cold or warm when I'm in the car. That's what I care about. So I'm really not the best person to talk about the cars, but I can say that I would never buy a Tesla. So how is From U32 not for Blueprint ID when we have it up here, right? Where are we? So component blueprint ID. Oh, U size. My goodness. How come I didn't even spot that one? Oh, it's private. Oh, boo. Could we do this over here then? Oh, I didn't save it, that's why. Rookie mistake. Oh, it's the same thing there? Come on, man. Oh, the pain. Come on. And then this doesn't work. What's the point of this from business then, right? My argument for why you might want a Tesla would be that there's a lot of charging stations for them around Europe. But that's like the only compelling argument I would make for that car. I never do. Well, I think, Marvin, to answer that question, you probably get a pretty decent range on a Tesla, and there are chargers everywhere for them. They've spread like some kind of automobile herpes throughout the world. So I think that for that reason, they might make a good EV, right? But the quality of the car and all that, no. But I don't know anything about the other electric cars though, right? So what do I know? I don't know anything. Now you know. This doesn't tell me anything, Skylar. I don't know. I don't know. I would love a small electric car. Like I'd have something really stupid in terms of cars. Like one of those, what was it, like the cheap car? I'd have this thing, right? This thing made like basically the car is like a clone of itself. I'd have this car. I think the handlebars on the inside are like cloth. All right, it's a piece of fabric. Just because I want something to get me to and from the shop and the gym. I don't care about anything else. The rest is just Renault 5. I had a Renault Megane. That was my first car. This looks way too expensive for me. I want like the worst piece of shit you could possibly find. This would be better, right? But I would like it to be electric. Just something that I can get into, drive to the filthy gym, work out, pick up an apple on the way home, and call it a day. Oh shit, I'm getting really hungry as well. I have to fix this. This is driving me insane. Expected a string ID. No, you don't. String ID implements from usize in test. Is that charging at home though, right? Because most cars, like if you charge at one of those charging stations that outputs like 1 billion amps, then would it really take 4 hours, right? I guess that's another point for the Tesla. You can charge that. What's the like Tesla charging time from 20 to 80? Is that it? So I think like one of these things. Yeah, the supercharged, so you can get there on you can get there in like 30 minutes or whatever, right? So to get it up charged so you can continue your trips like 15-30 minutes, right? But again, the car is not good quality, right? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't care if I had a car that took 4 hours to charge. I wouldn't care, right? I'd charge it overnight and I'd use it every other day, maybe. So it's gonna be a non-issue for me. In the summer, I can ride my bike, right? That's okay. Why do we have 2 of these? Yeah, but why is this not working? Okay, Skylar, you seem to know something. Why is this thing being ignored? Reveal your secrets. That's for you, size. I mean, I can literally go to definition for it. So what's going on? You don't know? What am I paying you for? You fired. Oh, this is so stupid. But it bloody well is, you ghoulish parser. How many broken ones do we have? 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. You know what? Piss on it. Okay? I've had it now. I've had it now. You bloody D-bag. We'll do the bloody implementation then. Have at you then, you ghoulish piece of shod. I did not try that. I don't care. I'd have this. If it works, it works. All right. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care how shit it is. As long as it works and it's cheap, right? That's what I would care about. All right. We just got a handful of failures here, right? Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so parse component is failing, and we can start with a multi-line. So this one is failing. All right. Honestly, I can't drive more than like 20, 30 miles an hour where I live anyway, so it's meaningless if it's unsafe or not. I can ride my bike roughly at the speed limit to get to and from the gym, so it's not really that big of a deal, right? Yes, indeed. Yeah. No, I don't see that being a concern. You crash at 30 mile an hour, you'll be fine. You might break something, but I'll take that risk. Okay, I don't care. But why is this thing not working? Unregistered component X. Oh, right. So that's the issue. Oh, damn. It's not about the syntax of this. It's the component being unregistered. No, a scooter's not going to help you when it's cold and rainy, Scott, or whatever it is. I want, like, for the summers, I can use the bike. But when it starts to get, like, rough outside, it's not for me. Okay, so all of a sudden we have to register components before we can do anything. That's interesting. If you're doing that kind of drive, Yogurt, then I don't know what I would recommend for that. But you definitely want, if you're going to have an electric car, you definitely want something you can charge, right? Are you doing the Dover Calais thing or what? Flying is horrible, man. It's completely bad for the environment as well, right? Okay, component templates. Do we need to register the component maybe? Yeah, I used to ride my motorbike in the winter as well, Scott, when I lived in the UK, but I don't live in the UK anymore. And I'm too old to put up with that bullshit of being cold, right? Oh, man, this is wild. So by fixing this thing, this no longer works, right? Yeah, that makes sense, Yogurt. The Teslas does charge quick, don't they? That makes sense. I don't know anything about cars, though, right? I thought this was some kind of new version of MP3 tag encoding, right? Okay, so component templates is requires that we add a component for it to work. So should we just add one called X then? Nice. Scooby-Doo, the mystery van. Okay, we should probably remove a function called debug BS. How do we add components to this thing then? I have no idea how this even works at this point. Document add component. Okay, but why are we not getting any food? That's what I want to know. Do we have to add a we can insert a name and component source. We'll make one for test. That's how we're going to do this. No, but we need to try nested components as well, don't we? So that's not going to work, right? Oh, this is so frustrating. It changes the bloody test, doesn't it? All right, we'll do it. So components.insert. We need a string ID. So strings.push. X. And that has to be a component source. In memory, we can do. There we go. Whew. Wow. So many other things broke. Well, I still stand by what I said, Yogurt. Ask people who own them what their problems have been. Not what they think about it, because they're religious zealots and fanatics, right? Ask them what they think about the actual, or rather ask them what problems they've had with the car, and ask them not to downplay it either, right? And I think you'll be unpleasantly surprised. If anything, you should at least know what you're getting yourself into, right? So I broke more things by registering that one. Why is this thing now broken? Strings. Yeah, it's the strings again. Freaking strings, man. We only have one set of string though, so I don't know why that would be wrong. All right. Because we added a bloody X now. Man, this thing is fickle. Everything has to be incremented by 1, basically. Except that one, apparently. No? Oh. Yeah, because we don't use the actual template there. This one should also work. It's 2? Huh? 2 for that. And 1 for that? 0? What the hell? Wait, which one of these bastards is broken? I'm probably looking at the wrong thing. Yeah. Idiot. Are you supposed to be 0 there? Yeah, and 0 there. Where did we start then? No, it's parse component slot that doesn't work. Probably 0. No, 2. Going the wrong direction. Should have done some kind of lookup for this instead. Some of these things haven't changed. Oh, do you know why they haven't changed? Because X is the same as the bloody component name. Damn. You get it to work? Good work. It's always fun when your software is working. Well, I assume I haven't gotten that far yet. Yeah, then we got X again. So then that's probably going to be 1 and 2 now. Three and 4 is going up, not down. 1 and 3. Data, then X is already there, and then Y comes. Okay, fine, man. That bloody X thing, it's tripping me up. Something fierce. It's gonna be really difficult for people to understand if these tests ever fail. Why? But so parse if, and then parse if else. All right, hang on. Yeah. What is this? Everyone called me they. Stop calling me, damn it. Okay, which one is it that is broken? There's only one. That is else if else. And how is it broken? That one is gonna be X. So X is 1. Wherever we have X, we replace it by 1, right? It's not that bad, but it is a little bit poor. Okay, empty is never constructed in component source. It clearly is, or is insert ID never used? It isn't. Okay. Cool. Back to the bug. We might as well use the local branch. Okay. Enter should have 2 lines. It should, really, shouldn't it? So we're gonna pop open next item. We started by debugging. Okay, yeah, that is definitely doing it. Could you Control C, please? We can print the state. Actually, this one was kind of easy to figure out. It just needs state display. No. Next item has a display. That should be state. Oh, I bet the item doesn't use attributes. There we go. There we go. Okay, so this is fixed, Doddy. It took me 5 hours to get here, but this is fixed. We can even do this, right? Actually, let's not bother. Okay, so let's look at the other one. No, this was a porting thing more than anything, but it's still good to have it. Can you link to the other one, Doddy? Because I've obviously... Was it Anathema bug, maybe? No. Bugs, okay, plural. First thing we do, get rid of the log file. This one looks pretty similar. So we can do this. Oh, stupid hands. Super hands, no. We're adding an index here. Yeah, we can copy this. Okay, this one's registering the index, and we're not doing that here. Unsurprisingly, we don't want 2 main functions. We'll see what this one does. state to number. What does this one do? Yeah, okay, so that will be... Can try this now, Skylar, and see if this works. Yay. Okay, just use copy value. Yeah, we're using copy value. Don't worry about it. We got this. Yeah. Oh. Okay, let's see then. So we're gonna do this. And this is gonna start off at index. Okay, looks good. Ooh, I've not tried this. I have no idea if this is gonna work. So A should be 1. Options should be normal. This should show that. So we look at 1, 666, 666, and then we have the word active, which is coming from state. And then we have option state.active. Compile time checked embedding feature? No, I don't think so. All right, this is working, Dottie. Well, it won't do that at runtime because that would be in writing the same logic twice, and add a compile time check at runtime, right? That would be incredibly annoying to implement because it would duplicate the work, right? All right, Dottie, they're working. There are no issues here. So the bugs, whatever they were, are gone. Yeah, you have to get the bugs at runtime. There's no way around that. Otherwise, we would have to rewrite the template parser and everything in using proc macros, right? And ugh. There are already projects that does this, right? So if you want compile time checks, then use something like Dioxys to it, right? This will give you compile time checks for everything, right? $15 hours ago, right? Christian is busy. Even as a guide. Know what to do. We have to look at it. Hasn't that been around for a while? Is that really new? I don't know. Pat. On Ferris. I thought it was Ferris, as in the crab first, man. My brain is cooked. A maze. That's amazing. Ooh. That's cool. It's really cool. I can't read this. It's cool. That's very cool. Turtle. Oh, that's funny. Let's see what something like this looks like. Let's look at the UI code for this. Components. So this is done with message passing and such, right? Oh, GitHub. Oh, the components are in here. All right, let's get an article. Oh, this is built on top of 2ERS, isn't it? On sorry, that's dead. Ratatouille. That's what that is. Yeah. I'm guessing this is the chat and not the glyph rain, right? No, that's kind of there. But Skia is built on top of native, right? What about cursive? I'm guessing Dioxys is kind of I think this is dead or not being worked on. I'm guessing that. Don't take my word for it. Oh yeah, I've seen this. Man, you gotta love the retro look. Only one file, nice. It's good when examples are just one file because it's easy to look at them, right? Oh, I see. Yeah, I'm with you, Danaka. I look at that as native as well. As in, native is not web tech, but yeah, that doesn't mean anything anymore, does it? Ah, the channel mess. The channel mess is real. Yeah, I don't know what we define as native anymore, right? It's really weird. Civ. What is Civ? SIV? Look how easy your life is when you can exist only in Rust. Oh, post-native world. Yeah. And I don't know. I'm just looking at like how easy events are when you don't have to deal with them from some template malarkey. It could just be a closure and you're done, right? Okay. What do we do next, right? I think we're good. So it's time to build something soon, but we need to start talking about the relay soon, okay? We need to get some times going. So is it ready for this? Maybe it is. Maybe I need to start making some videos on how to use this. Ooh. All right. Right. What do we got here now? Let's make sure all tests are... Yeah, that's broken. Okay, so we need to fix that because that is no longer gonna work. Let's fix this thing. So that is no longer a publish, is it? It is a publish, but we need to send some data. Done. Okay. We'll come back to the guide. It's not bad. It's fine. Message passing. Was that all for that example? Didn't I rename all these? What the heck? I thought I renamed all this. Okay, button 18. There we go. Whew. You there, Londo. It's not a problem. I think we even said we even said last year that the code has to be cross-platform anyway. I say. Yeah, why not? Okay, should we try the button? All right, this is not okay. Should we enable mouse for buttons? I thought that was the thing, right? All right, so this wasn't working until recently, so we're gonna see if this works now, right? Yep, that's it, Londo. This is your doings, a lot of this. Now we need to look at the button ammo to see what are we looking for. We're looking for a border. Actually, we can look at the... Yeah, we can look at the border. Actually, this would be quite funny. This will trigger the mouse if it's over, if it's just near this thing, right? But if mouse LSB, maybe? What is it called then? LSB down. That is not working. I don't think the mouse is enabled though. Look at that. How easy was that to get that working, right? All we had to do was add this, right? Well, this to the mouse event. You don't have to say by tag. You kind of do if you want to test by tag, but more importantly, you don't know the size of the component, Skylar. So if we skip this, this might not be a problem. It isn't a problem here. But if you have something in the component that not any element works. All right, just because you don't believe me, okay? If you have something else in here, like a Z stack, right? Now all of a sudden there's a problem, right? If your button doesn't have clearly defined bounds, a skill issue. Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. A skill issue. We don't have to write all this on one row either, so we can make this look a little bit nicer. But now we get move and LSP down, so you can do this. But more importantly, what can we do with the focus thing, right? I don't know if we can set focus on self. Maybe that could work. So having a self on there. Not really. What should we do for the ID here? Let's do this then. Really? From use size is no. I call bullshit on that. We did this the other day. Oh, hang on. That one takes into value kind of not query. That's different. Well, it's not a big thing, but the query value is not being used where I thought it was going to be used. So Elements uses query value, I think. But I don't think components do. Yeah, they do. By attribute into query value. So what did I do wrong then? They are different, aren't they? These are the deferred components and it's not in the query. That's why. Wait, what? Deferred component does take by query value. But this is component deferred, not query deferred. Are these not used? Woof. We got 2 of these. Where does the query builder come in? Oh my goodness. Yeah, this looks like you could do with some cleanup. It's a non-issue-ish, maybe. But we just have to add some implementation stuff for the value kind. But why is this here? And this is here, right? That's because these are the components that are the children of the current component. And the third component is something different. Oh, okay. Well, we can, I wonder if we can just reuse the query stuff though, right? No, wait, there's the third as well. Yeah, why is this not being used? Comp test delete this. Okay. Hello, Valiga, how you doing? Way too many value types? No, we got rid of lots of value types, Skylar. There's not enough value types now. I wonder if these are ever used. No. Woof. Okay, so if anyone wants some work to do, you can implement this. Four value types. There are. Do we have value types in widgets still? There are values in the state. There are values in the value resolver. I don't know if we have the values still in the widgets though. I don't know if these are used. I think those values might be gone, actually. Yeah, I don't think this is a thing. No. So we can delete the source values there, right? Yeah. Expression value. I think expressions is gone as well, right? Yeah. So not 4 anymore. As you do, Valego. As you do. So the queries that we have here don't actually have the deferred widgets. The deferred components. No, deferred is not actually enabled, right? So we need to add that. It's not the biggest issue ever, but in the interest of trying the button thing out, let's just do this as an I64. See if that works. Whoops. Okay, the set focus thing works, but it doesn't seem to unfocus the other button, which is confusing to me. So I think set focus has a bug, but that was kind of simple to do to get the focus in there. What a beautiful lemon. I am so hungry. How are you guys still standing? 6.5 hours, no food. I lost track of what I was doing. Okay, we get the third, the focus thing. That's what it's gonna be, a runtime thing, isn't it? So this thing will queue up the focus. So let's look at the command queue in here. It doesn't exist. Okay. Query builder. Push the command. All right, so we can look for command here. Oh, really? So it's supposed to blur the other one. Oh, I should have sorted out some food, but this is not a big issue, I'd say. Why could this be none here? No. Is it that we're not changing the tab index? I don't think we are. Here we have to update the tab index. So what should that be? Ugh. What's in here? It's a reference to an index. All right, we need to make a new index. Let's see what happens if we just do this. Self.tab index is none. Ugh. No, so it's not about the tab index, damn it. All right. Okay. I need to go and eat some food and play some Pilates, bro. Because I'm bloody dead inside now. So that was one new bug. But not too bad. No idea, Caleb. Let's log another bug. What's schedule 1? Send the link or forever hold your peace. What is this bug? Setting focus via component commands don't seem to blur previous selected widget component. Post, there we go. Oh, whoops. Good thing this thing remembers history more than I do. I see. I have to say, this looks really bad. I have seen this game. I didn't see that much of it. I don't remember who I saw playing this, but I have actually seen it. So there you go. Okay. This was incredibly useful. I know the next bug to deal with, but I think we can start building things for this, right? I mean, we can already do things like this. Bosh. Right? How cool is that? Anyway, I'm going to go and eat some food. You guys have been great. Thank you for hanging out. We are going to release beta soon.